So welcome to PSI Back to the Future. Let me read you what this is about from the website in case you haven't, and let's go for it. So the scientific study of psychic or PSI phenomena, which includes extrasensory perception, precognition, synchronicities, direct mind-to-mind communication, or mind-to-matter interactions, amongst others, has been going on for more than a century now. Its results are fascinating, but also puzzling and controversial. In this event, some of the greatest active researchers in the field will present their work while reflecting on where PSI has been, where we think it is now, and where we wish it to go. We hope to create an unprecedented audiovisual gathering for current and future generations to get perspective, clarity, and inspiration. All right. I'm so lucky that about 18 people who are working on these matters agreed to come in tonight to tell us really briefly about really whatever they felt was appropriate. It could be their own research from many years ago. It could be what they're working on now. It could be ideas they have for the future. It's really open, but I happen to know and be part of this community. And I feel we don't often have like a public platform or venue to just tell each other and also to a greater audience what we're doing, where we're struggling, why we're so fascinated by studying these, how we're coping with the pseudoscience label, why this is important for science and humanity, and so on. So that's what we're going to do tonight. Let me tell you a bit about the structure of this event, because we had something like this in terms of structure in December when we had this anniversary of Jacobo Greenberg's work, and I liked it. It's like a marathon. We'll be here for about 4 hours, maybe 5. You don't need to be here all the time. This is being recorded. You can leave, you can come back. You will receive the recording. Actually, about 645 people registered. I see we are more than 100 now, but nearly 700 people registered. So they will all get the recording, and then we'll upload it on YouTube and more people will watch it. But the structure is going to be interesting because, as I was saying, we only have 15 minutes. Each speaker will only have 15 minutes approximately. And that's unfair to them, but I thought that's fair to the rest of us as an audience, because I don't know how expert you are in these matters, but this feels like you're going now to a sushi restaurant and you're going to have a tasting of different people, different perspectives, different themes, and it will only be 15 minutes. So if you like it, then you can double click, find the work of the person and study more. And if you're not so enticed, then wait for the other one. So yeah, we're going to be doing this for the next hours. We'll have a break at about 2 hours time. What else do I need to say about the structure? Yes, there will not be time for Q&A. Sorry about that. But I feel if we open it for Q&A, then we need to open it for everyone. And so we'll be here for 8 hours. And you don't want that. Instead, let's use the chat. Let's use the fact that we're all live here, at least 138 people now, maybe more coming. And post your questions in the chat for researchers, answer them, or even include links to papers, your website. Let's have the chat very active. And so that could be a place while we're having the presentation where a lot is going on, instead of having questions. Let me also say, I know some of you, some very familiar faces, but there'll be people who are not from the PARI galaxy or system yet. So I have no idea really who the audience will be. And so that's why this needs to be broad as well. We'll see who's there. And I think that's all for the format. One more thing. Yes, there's some of the speakers who are coming today. It's interesting. 2 or 3 have had like a last minute urgency and won't be able to jump. Or maybe if they are, they'll let me know through private message and I will let them in. I asked them anyways to record 15 minutes and we will include this in the recording. So you'll have more when you get it. And let me add to this, if someone is here and feels that he or she has been working on PSI research and I didn't invite him or her and really wants to make a contribution, write me an email with your 10-15 minute recording and we'll include it as well. I didn't mean to be exclusive. It's just that this is the community I know, and this is the community I've invited. All right. So let me now tell you, and this will be really my presentation, but it's not a presentation, it's just part of the introduction, why I'm interested in this. As some of you know, in 2021, I had a near-death experience. And when I recovered from it, I wondered, how can I integrate that personal experience in my life? And that takes some work. And despite the curse of nearly having died, it's a blessing. But I also asked myself, how do I integrate this thing that I saw and what it meant into my professional life? And ironically, I had got tenure a few months before I almost died. So that would have been funny. You get tenure and then you die. And so I decided, well, look, now I have this other opportunity, maybe 40 more years, because that happened when I was 39. And so I'm now really going to study what I'm truly not just curious about, but I think it's very important. And I'm going to ask, what does this near-death experience tell me about what I've been taught as a physicist and what I've been taught as a neuroscientist? And this kind of simple goal brought me into a very interesting rabbit hole because, well, what happens with the mind when the brain dies? If you're a materialist, the answer is the mind dies, period. We don't need to talk. We could go home now. But if the brain, as I've also said before, and I think you've heard me say that, if the brain is a permissive organ rather than a productive one, right? If the brain allows, filters, receives mind, as opposed to generating it as a machine would generate smoke, then what happened to me and many others in that NDE is most likely not a hallucination. It tells us something very fascinating about this strange relationship between mind and matter, and about this split, this gap we've been carrying over for 400 years since science started. Now, the corollary to this is that you don't need to die in order to experience these anomalous experiences that defy this relationship between mind and matter. So many people have synchronicities. They sometimes feel, they sense what another person was thinking. They sometimes have the experience that they may be influencing what happens in the world with their minds. So what do we do with that? What has been done for many years is to tell those people in the name of science that they are either crazy or stupid. But I guess most of us, I suppose, maybe all of us here tonight, know that's not just unfair and unethical, perhaps, but probably wrong. So that's why I started investigating what's out there, and my surprise was double. First, I realized there is science done on this. I'm really a newcomer. Like in 2021, I started reading what has been written about NDEs and psychical phenomena, and I discovered a lot has been written. Many books, many papers, many peer-reviewed papers, many papers with high standards. All right, so there's the science of this. I really didn't know. I had no idea. I didn't care. I didn't try to bend spoons when I was young. I didn't have, visitors in my room. I wasn't interested in UFOs. It just wasn't in my radar, but now it was. And I discovered there's science done on it. And not only science, even more beautifully, I discovered there's a community of scientists. And some of them are here tonight with us. And I feel grateful to them because they embrace me in this new community. And we're not that many. Actually, maybe this comes out throughout tonight. But to give you a sense, and I don't know where this number comes from, but somebody did an estimate of how much funding psychical research has received over the last 100 and so years, because this has been going on since William James. And maybe I'm wrong, but the order of magnitude is what matters here. It was about like the total amount of money spent in studying this phenomena in the entire history of more than 100 years, including everyone. It's about 3 months of funding for psychology today. So you take what will be spent in psychology January, February, and March this year. You put all that money into a big box, and that's what's been spent to study these things. Some skeptics will say, and that's a good thing because there's nothing to see there, so let's not put more money. I think most of us believe that, well, look, knowing about what happens when we die, knowing about whether there's scientific evidence for reincarnation, and there is, knowing about whether our minds can perceive the world through other senses than the 5 sanctioned sentence, all of that is not just interesting, it's very important. And so let's be curious about it. Okay, so this is really my introduction motivation for why I'm doing this. And now it's going to be interesting when I start fishing from the audience, the speakers. So Dean Radin was going to be with us, but he cannot come tonight. Probably we will receive a recording. The next one in my list, that feels like school, like going through the list, was Cedric Cannard, who also had an emergency. Hopefully we'll be able to insert the presentation. So the next one I have in my list is Damon Abraham. And if you can spotlight or raise your hand so I can find you. I'm trying to find you. All right, you're there. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Now I'll spotlight you. I'll make you, yeah. All right. I'll ask every speaker to give us a brief introduction of who you are, your path while you're here, and then the floor is yours. If you need to share, I'll make you co-host so that you can also share your slides. And Damon, I thank you very much for coming here tonight. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. It's wonderful to be here. And I gotta say, I'm really, really excited to be first in the list. It takes all the pressure off. Yeah, but at least I don't have to follow Dean Radin. I guess that's a plus. Yeah, so I'm Damon Abraham. I'm a researcher, a PhD psychologist. My mainstream psychology research kind of centers around emotion, cognition, emotion-cognition interaction, and mental representation. The way I arrived at that route really came actually through more of my paranormal types of experiences, having out-of-body experiences that were quite lucid and hyper-real, having some experiences in studying the occult, and really wanting to get a stronger methodological framework to try to understand and study these types of phenomena more formally, which is the reason I decided to go and get a PhD in a related field. But I've been, involved in the parapsychological community for quite some time. My interests in this area are really quite broad. So I guess if you kind of want to distill it down, it's really about, for me, consciousness or the non-local aspects of consciousness. So everything from non-local perception or, the apparent non-local transference of information through things like clairvoyance and remote viewing and precognition, as well as non-local action. So we have micro and macro forms of psychokinesis, the ability to apparently influence objects. We have distant and anomalous forms of healing. And then we have all of these weird phenomena that Alex has already kind of mentioned, the things like near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences, all of these types of like first-person subjective experiences that give us a sense that we're more than just our physical body, that consciousness it's much broader and much larger. So with that, I'll just share some slides and talk a little bit about my approach here. Just a moment. Okay. Hopefully you can see this. So I would say, broadly speaking, I borrow the framework from some of my friends at the Mossbridge Institute, Mark Bacuzzi and Julie Beischel, this philosophy of trying to normalize, optimize, and utilize psi functioning. And this is, I kind of take to heart as kind of a guiding philosophy and how I want to apply my work in this field. So we've spent a lot of time really fighting kind of like orthodoxy scientific establishment, and just to say that, like, yes, this is a real phenomena. And maybe even asking questions about what is psi. I think it's time though that, at least for me personally, it's more moving towards like the why of Psi. What does this mean and how can we use it and apply it? And so most of my work is kind of like centered around this intersection between more basic and applied research. And so I'll just briefly touch on a couple of the projects that I have ongoing, and how I think this all kind of connects. So first of all, I've been involved in a project called Entangled, which I won't go into too much depth because my colleague Adam Curry is on the call and he will be talking about this more deeply. But just in short shrift, Entangled is a quantum random event generator on a server, and we've created an app user interface for this, wherein we can assign a bit stream of random data to all of the users on our network, and we can explore for interesting patterns in that data, such as deviations from randomness within like individual users that might be correlated with like subjective events. People report, some of our users have reported like being in deep meditation and getting a notification that their data has strayed away from randomness. But we can also kind of roll that up into regional effects, looking at patterns and trends through like a city and like local regional areas, as well as the globe. And really, to me, what Entangled is essentially a platform for hosting any other variety of types of experiments that can sit on top of that. And Adam will speak a little bit more to this. One of our, of course, our deeply inspired precedent for this, you can look at the work at the Pear Lab, you can look at the Global Consciousness Project to get a little bit more framework. And I put the QR code so you can take a look at the app and see as well some of the guiding philosophy behind that. So this is kind of like couched under the idea of normalization. So what platforms like Entangled do is really give users a way of kind of connecting with topics related to Psi and connecting it with their own personal experiences, which I think is really interesting. Next, I want to talk about some of the work I do is really around establishing tools. And so this would kind of go under the category of optimizing for Psi. So Cedric, unfortunately, was not able to make it today. One of my colleagues, I've also been working with Julia Mossbridge and Helene Wabe from IONS and from the Institute of Love and Time. And we've been creating and curating a large image database that can be used as stimuli for various psychological and parapsychological experiments, including remote viewing. Within this data set, we have tracked 18 different subjective classes of basically like psychological classes, things like numinosity or emotional valence, abstractness, etc. And what this allows us to do then is to correlate these subjective criteria to any number of things, like the probability of one of these targets being a hit within a remote viewing experiment, for example. So this is a way for researchers to essentially curate their data sets for their experiments, including remote viewing experiments, to try to like balance their stimuli. We can allow researchers to essentially select semantically orthogonal images that are also matched for visual similarity, so we can control for possible confounds, et cetera. There's a lot to this project that I can't fully unpack here, but again, there's a QR code where you can read a little bit more about it. But this will be an open source tool set, that will be available for the field more broadly. And I use this as kind of a foundation to run many other investigations and experiments as well. And I'll talk a little quickly about that as well. So the big area that I've been working in to try to, again, work on optimization, leveraging the same kind of database, I've been working in AI methods, and in particularly using AI as a way to automate the judging process in a remote viewing task. And what this allows us to do is essentially to compare a user or participant's transcript. If you're a viewer, you get into some kind of meditative state and you're trying to tap into some non-local information, apprehending a target from a distance. Hopefully most of the people on the call are somewhat at least vaguely familiar with remote viewing. You might produce a transcript, which is like a drawing and some text pertaining to that target. And in this scenario, we can actually automate the judging process, which is essentially comparing the semantic information that was produced in the transcript as well as the visual information from the drawing directly to the target and evaluate how similar these two things are. And this is a fully automated process. And so this has a lot of distinct advantages over the typical human judging methods because it's a lot faster. It allows us to avoid bottlenecks, whereas like a human judge can only look at maybe 3 or 4 decoy comparisons, whereas we can essentially compare the target to thousands of potential targets simultaneously. And it also removes a lot of bias on the part of the judge, state factors such as their mood and if they're hungry or not when they're looking at these images, order effects, what order or sequence they see the targets in, as well as even the environment they're in when they're making the evaluation, not to mention the judge's own sigh that can get wrapped up into the judging process. So I do want to acknowledge that this work was funded by the IRVA research grant. And so this has been moving forward quite nicely. Julia Mossbridge and I have a paper in prep, actually in review right now, that's looking at this process within a precognitive lucid dreaming paradigm. And we found some really, really interesting results where the automated judging was outperforming human judges quite substantially. And so we're further testing this out. The final category I'll mention is automated viewing. So this is an exploration to see whether we can witness psi essentially within an AI system. And so essentially what this is about, and this is also was funded by this IRVA grant, we've got a method to produce transcripts from AI using a couple of different methods, but basically leveraging random event generators or regs to drive large language models to produce text transcripts as well as to generate images. And then we can compare those images that were generated to the selected target. At the top there, you can see an image of just like a completely, you're kind of like feeding in random data to generate an image. And it kind of has this weird form. It maybe looks like a couple of people walking on the beach. On the bottom, you'll see another example, and this is what within the experiment that I actually tested this, in which we, on the right, you can see an AI-generated image, and on the left, you can see a target, and there's several points of correspondence where, like the geodesic form of the domes, you can see skyscrapers in the background and building cranes, and this is an example of a really strong hit. I won't be able to go into the full results of this study, but it is very, very interesting and something that we are now looking at porting over to the Entangled app, where we can essentially use the bitstream data, random data created by users on the app to generate these images and then test them against targets to kind of as a kind of a full loop feedback of psi functioning within this kind of collective consciousness. So just to wrap up, there's a lot that I could talk about as far as various research interests, et cetera. But I think what I think is really important for the field to move forward is like, can we create tools and techniques to increase the probability of people having their own experiences, and then provide frameworks from which people can interpret these and really start to derive like what is ultimately what is the meaning. Getting beyond just like, does this happen, to like, what does this mean in terms of consciousness, in terms of reality, in terms of like our purpose for being here in this 3D experience. So from there, I think I'm out of time, so I'll leave it. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to quickly talk about my stuff. If you want to get in touch with me, there's my LinkedIn QR code, and here's my AI generated profile with no fingers. So we do see some limitations on these really cool tools that we get to use these days. So I'll stop sharing. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Damon. Wonderful, truly. And you are perfectly on time. And there's a lot more to be said. But now this is, as I was saying, like a tasting for all of those who want to no more. And as I was also mentioning at the beginning, I understand that for some of you in the audience, it won't be immediately clear what AI or RV means, or even what remote viewing means, or what the protocols or the scoring or precognition or lucid dreaming or random event generators. So Google it or type it in the chat, let people help you just get those basics if you've never heard of them. It's better than you go to Wikipedia and you read what the guerrilla skeptics write, which is often bullshit. So this is your opportunity to kind of learn about those things for the first time through the actual people who are working on them and who know about them. So please use the chat. Thank you so much, Damon, again. All right. Now I'm gonna find Marina Weiler. Give me a second. Here you are. Okay. Give me a second, Marina, and then I'll remove, you see. Fantastic. Marina Weiler, it's good to have you back. All yours.
Thanks, Alex, for the invitation to participate in this meeting. I think it's very important that we are talking about psi and how the research on psi is going. So I'm very happy to be here. Okay. Can you still see me? I just removed me from the spotlight. Okay. I didn't prepare any slides, so I'm gonna just share a little bit what we've been doing, especially like how I've been studying psi in my research. So I'm an assistant professor at the Division of Perceptual Studies, University of Virginia. For who is not familiar with the division, it was founded by 1967 by Ian Stevenson, and he started studying the cases of reincarnation type. And we have evolved since 1967 to studying near-death experiences, mediumship, remote viewing, out-of-body experiences, and also like other types of phenomena, everything that defies physicalism and the idea that consciousness is tied to brain processes. And I have two other colleagues here with me, Edward Kelly and David Acunzo. They're also going to be talking a little bit what we are doing in the lab. So my research at the Division of Perceptual Studies mainly involves out-of-body experiences. And Alex, thanks for giving a heads up on like that. Not everyone knows of the terms that we are talking about. So out-of-body experiences are those experiences, and the way that I like to define is those experiences, usually temporary, that people feel they are disembodied. And by disembodied, I mean they, during a specific period of time, they have the feeling that they exist, they are still existing, but they are not attached to their physical bodies anymore. And with that, they can see their physical bodies, sometimes they don't see their physical bodies. People go to different, people experience many different things during out-of-body experiences. Some people just during the night, wake up during the sleep, and they see themselves floating in the room and look down and see their bodies. They might get scared, they might think they're dead and instantly get back to their bodies. Other people, they go to different realms or dimensions, and they say they don't stay in the physical realm, and they explore different experiences. Many people have contact with deceased people. Many people have contact with spirit guides. So it's a very broad phenomenological experience. So it's very rich, and people experience many different things. The phenomenological feature that ties them all together is the disembodiment feeling, which again can be used to distinguish out-of-body experiences, for example, from remote viewing or lucid dreaming that doesn't really contain the disembodiment feeling. So I joined DOPS in July 2023. And since I joined DOPS, I've been doing research with people that can induce out-of-body experiences, because one of the questions that I have is try to understand what's happening in the brain during these experiences, but also I want to see if people are able to see and spot a target. You know, it's a very classic way of testing ESP during out-of-body experiences is to go and put a target in another room and ask the participant to go and see and bring some, like, any type of information or perception. So in a way, it's similar to remote viewing, but again, if the person has the disembodiment feeling, then I would be calling this an out-of-body experience instead of a remote viewing. The first experiments that I conducted with testing participants to bring some type of information was in July last year, 2024, where I went to Brazil. I've been working with participants that can induce out-of-body experiences at will. And they have specific techniques. They use meditation, visualization, like focus, and some of them take many years or many decades to even be able to induce these experiences. But I've been working with this institute, and they were able to find me the best OBEers in terms of people that can induce such experiences in a controlled environment. Let's say right now you need to induce these experiences because I was doing EEG, and you go and need to see a target which is in another room. So I selected 21 participants, and in July last year, I went to Brazil. David, my colleague, he joined me. And one of the tasks was when the participant was using the EEG and inducing the OBE was to go to another room and see a target that we put that was randomly chosen by the computer out of a pool from 100 objects that were pre-selected. And the monitor was displaying the object, and the monitor of the computer was facing the wall. So none of the researchers knew what was going to be displayed there. We were completely blind to the results until last week when I analyzed the data. So like OBEers and everyone was asking me, how did it go? What targets were generated? So we were 100% blind to the target. And as soon as the experiments were done, we would just go and press ask without even seeing what target was being generated. So it was one target for each participant. As I said, I had 21 participants. Out of the 21 participants, 9 were able to induce the OBE according to their subjective feeling of disembodiment. But 13 people were able to bring me some kind of information. So as you can see, a little bit more than OBEers. And those people that didn't have the OBE but still were able to bring some kind of information, they said they saw that information, they perceived that perception in their mental screens. So they didn't actually say, oh, I went there and I saw. It was more like I just had the information in my mental screen. And the descriptions that they brought were generally, compared to remote viewing, for those who are familiar to remote viewing and researching remote viewing, they were generally very simplistic. So they were giving me information such as, I see the color red, maybe a flower red, maybe a rose. Or another participant told me, it's something related to the beach. Another participant told me, I kind of saw a fish, bluish fish, red. So it's, they were very, the participants were very focused on actually seeing the target instead of bringing just perceptions that could be tied to the target, like it's done in remote viewing. So then last week, I finally opened the results that were generated for the target. And by using a script that grouped the 100 objects into 20 groups, 5 objects per group, according to shape, color, and semantic information, very different from each other. So each one of these groups contained objects that were very different from each other. I gave all of these objects containing in one group, along with the description, to an independent judge to rate how the participant went in terms of hit or miss for the target. And as I said, we had 13 impressions. And what, in terms of results, none of the participants actually was able to see the target, or not only to not see the target, but none of the participants had the target as being the first object with 100% accuracy determined by the independent judge. And that to me is very striking. And, you know, I was caught off guard, to be honest. I wasn't expecting to like have 13 participants that were highly trained and have a lot of experience in inducing OBs, and many of them had veridical perceptions according to them that legitimize their experiences. But then when I saw my results, I was like, okay, no one got a hit in terms of the judging. And that made me think and reanalyze the entire way we've been evaluating ESP in out-of-body experiences. And I've been talking to many experiences and trying to understand why is it hard to make OBers spot a target and try to replicate some results. You know, we did have some results, like we can see in the literature. For example, Mizzi, studied by Charles Start in 1967. She was able to spot the 5-digit number that was placed above the shelf, and she was able to see and bring the information of what digit was there while she was having the OB. You know, so we do have very specific evidence for ESP during out-of-body experiences. But in general, I would say 90% of the studies, people are just not able to bring accurate information during their OBs. And I've been talking to many OBers, you know, participants, and they tell me that among the limitations and challenges they have is that it's very hard for them to choose where they're gonna go during their out-of-body experiences. So, you know, when they have their experiences, sometimes they can go to totally different realms or dimensions, or sometimes it's really hard for them to stay in the physical world because it might be a different frequency, it's a low frequency, and sometimes they're being called to do something else to help spirits or people that need help, or they just don't choose where to go. So I've been thinking, how can we leverage, you know, how can we optimize ESP research during out-of-body experiences? And I think one way out of this conundrum could be, for example, to develop a veridicality index that could be applied to first-person reports. So to give an example, during my experiments that I conducted in Brazil, although none of the participants was able to spot the target that was generated in another room, I had 3 reports that completely blew up my mind in terms of people telling, two of the participants told exactly where David, my colleague, and I were sitting during their out-of-body experiences. So they gave us accurate perceptions on, Marina, I saw you were sitting here, and David, you were sitting there, and there's no way they could have known where we were sitting. So 2 people gave us accurate descriptions. And interestingly, we were sitting in different positions during both experiences, and we switched. So, you know, that was very interesting. And another participant brought some very personal descriptions of, I would say, my son. During his interview, you know, he said that during his out-of-body experience, he visited this this kid, and he started describing how this boy was, and he gave me very personal information that I was, you know, I was really, I could not believe everything he was telling me. And he never knew I was having those problems with my son. There is no way he could have known that my son had that personality and he was facing such and such problems. You know, like all of the informations he gave me during our interview. So the way that I would like to see this field, especially ESP during out-of-body experiences, how can we leverage, how can we maximize their impressions, given that it is a challenge for them to, inside a lab, induce the OB and go to another room and see a target? You know, maybe this is too limiting, maybe this is too you know, this kind of, I'm thinking that this kind of methodology is just outdated, and we need to move forward thinking what other ways can we test ESP during out-of-body experiences. Or there are many things that I'm already considering giving the environment that is good for them. So I've already learned that it's not an experience that is easy to induce. They need the optimal environment. They need to be in the right state of mind. They need to be with the right psychological features, a good relationship with the research team. So there are many aspects and variables that need to be taken into account for a person to induce an OBE. And then we add another challenge, which is here in the physical world, I'm using their words, go to their room and spot a target. And according to them, they have very little control to where they're going and bringing such information. So yeah, just to finalize, I think I've completed my 15 minutes. This is where I would like to see the field going, like us evolving in terms of analyzing ESP during out-of-body experiences. I'm open to feedback, I'm open to ideas, I'm open to collaborations, but this is where I'm moving next.
Wonderful, Marina. Thank you so much. And especially thank you for the vulnerability in showing us what things you've been trying and there have been no results. So this makes more credible the so-called impossible we're trying to study, sharing it, and also not offering the usual super polished, super strong, super certain results that we may find, but saying, look, this is an art, we need to optimize, we need to improve. And yeah, we have these unpolished struggles going on. How can we do better? And also thank you for bringing in the talented people who have a lot of skills and the very important interaction between we as researchers and the rest of human beings who can do these things, but we just need to learn how to do these new science where when we invite them to the lab, they don't feel like Francis Bacon would say when he recommended that we should interrogate nature until she spits her secrets. That's really another kind of science we're trying to do here. Thank you, Marina.
Thank you, Alex.
All right. Next one, if you're there, Mario Varvoglis, I'll spotlight you. Let's see.
Hello, Alex.
Oh, you're here. Yeah, wonderful. Give me a second. Here you are. Thank you so much for accepting this invitation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex, and greetings, everybody. I know there are some familiar faces. Hope you'll stay till the end of this late evening. It's evening here at any rate, here in France. So yeah, Alex, I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
Of course.
Yes.
Your co-host, you should be able to do it. I think you're pressing on your laptop and the camera is moving back and forth as if you are driving, but that won't be a problem the moment you share your screen.
Yeah, I'm pretty wild when I drive, so it's kind of...
Okay.
Great. So this is the organization that I work with. I've been with so we're in France. The Institut Métapsychique International has been around for just over a century, since 1919. And it's a public interest research foundation recognized by the state, which is kind of an anomaly in France because it's probably the only institution that's officially recognized doing parapsychology. But we have had good fortune to maintain this foundation alive in the, as the French say, in the pays de Descartes, in the world of, in this, at the core of Cartesian reasoning. So let me just give you a quick overview of what the Institute is about, and in, you know, historically, and then I'll tell you a little bit about myself. So these are two of the heroes. There are many that started the Institute. It started in 1919. Charles Richet is a Nobel Prize for medicine, and Gustave Gelée was also a doctor. And they launched the Institute along with some others in a kind of, with a desire, a little bit like the Society for Psycho Research, with a desire to look closely at the claims of spiritism or spiritualism in English, and to try and examine them scientifically, independently of, let's say, the belief system, to see if there's a foundation that's can be neutrally, objectively studied. And so one of the highest points of the Institute was the very beginning, when Richet, Gelée, and a few others, so this was the building. They were well financed. They had a whole building at first. That was a kind of exceptional. Their very first big study was with a Polish medium named Franek Kluski, who was already known in some circles as being a serious physical medium, meaning serious. He was very low-key, very modest. He was kind of like a war hero in Poland also, and a writer, educated man, absolutely no desire for being known, you know, no desire for any kind of, let's say, notoriety and so forth. And he was studied most thoroughly at the Institut Metapsychique, and there were some very astonishing sessions with hand molds, not just hand, there were other parts of the body. There were some feet and some a jaw. Now, this is not the focus on my talk, so it's going to take a long time, but it's basically, it was a study of the possibility that some mediums claim to produce ectoplasm, is kind of form that seems to emanate from the body or just appears by itself, and slowly this vaporous form kind of congeals and becomes like an apparition, like a ghost, if it's visible. And other times, even if it stays invisible, people feel touches and breezes and things like that. So of course, all this is the kind of thing that people run away from. I ran away from it when I first was invited to become president of the Institute. That was in 1998. And when I saw that, I was kind of smiling and say, wow, people were really naive back then in the early 20th century. And in fact, I started studying the case very closely, and there was a lot of documentation on it. And I started really scratching my head as to how in the world this medium could have produced this fraudulent hand molds. So basically, the request was he would go into a trance, and everybody around, of course, was holding hands and feet and everything, and all tangled. And as he goes to trance, and the deeper he went to trance, things started happening. And there was like a kind of a box with melted wax. It was constantly maintained in a melted state. And the request was for the apparitions, the ectoplasm, to dip their, let's say, ectoplasmic hand into the wax, and then to disappear from within, to evaporate, so to speak. And so in this manner, they produced quite a few molds, which were then used. We put plaster in it, and then it became hard. And these hand molds have, I would say that they're the most astonishing objects of 150 years of psychical research. They're just absolutely astonishing, first on a sociological level, but also because if you really study the documentation, you cannot, I cannot, and others have tried, I cannot find a way that this was produced fraudulently unless several of the researchers involved, at least two, were part of the fraud. And that means Nobel Prizes. There was a number of people really well known who were known to capture frauds. So anyway, it was a very strong beginning of the Institut Metapsychique. It was a shock, culture shock for me, because I'm coming from a cognitive psychology, experimental psychology background. And my original research was in ESP at Princeton at Psychophysical Research Labs. But at any rate, it's just to say I was used to small, very civilized phenomena and not these kind of extreme manifestations, what appears to be extreme manifestations of psychokinesis. So another hero was Dr. Osti, who studied a well-known medium of the time, Rudi Schneider, and mounted at the Institute, they mounted a very sophisticated protocol for the time to see if the medium was cheating, trying to levitate a small object a few feet away. And they used a sophisticated protocol because they used like a curtain made of infrared beams, so that if any object if any hand or stick or anything went through that, they would be immediately detected, and a camera would be launched in the half second or less than half second that follows, and so would capture the culprit, so presumably the medium, in just trying to cheat. And in fact, the camera was constantly, it kept going off, plus the alarms. And what we would see is Rudi Schneider, he was calmly in his place with everybody, surrounded by everybody. There was no movement whatsoever on his part, but the camera would capture, would show that some movement had occurred without any intervention that could be physically detected. And this was kind of interesting because it was technologically and technically way ahead of its time. So the Institute had these kinds of traditions. Another, René Varvoglis, he was kind of anticipating remote viewing protocols with free form. In other words, instead of guessing cards, because card guessing had started to become fashionable in at least in the States and in England, he introduced this protocol, which one other person has introduced too in the States, which is using drawings and a viewer a few feet or meters or kilometers away, trying to capture that. And I believe that this was kind of inspirational for the program, the Stargate program that was developed by the DIA several decades later, which somebody might be talking about. So there were a lot of individuals who were interested. I guess this is going fast time. So, but just to say that the IMI the Institut Metapsychique has been quite active for a century and attracted well-known individuals. What you see here is the astronomer Camille Flammarion, the well-known philosopher and psychologist Henri Bergson, Remy Chauvin, who some of you may know for doing research in biology and psi, and Olivier Costa de Beauregard, a well-known physicist also. Now, we're jumping back or forward to when I was around. That's me on the left here. And I'm sitting next to Charles Honorton, Rick Berger, some of you may know, Stephen Browdy. We were part of, not Stephen, but the rest of us were part of the Psychophysical Research Labs at Princeton, which was best known for its work on the Ganzfeld. So basically, Chuck and also one or two others, William Broad and Adrian Parker, had introduced the Ganzfeld a few years earlier. and it seemed to be very successful. And the mission when we got to Princeton was to create an automated system that meets all the criticisms that skeptics could come up with to try and explain away the results. And we did create a very, very interesting protocol together, and this has been published, and it's a well-known, let's say, a very well-known protocol in the field of parapsychology, because it's one that has been going on for several decades now. It is still producing quite respectable results. And for those who would like to know more, there are many people who can present this. It's very easy to find, but it's basically a protocol where you're put into a slightly altered state with ping pong balls over the eyes and the headphones over the ears, so that you can go into what's called a quasi-hypnagogic state. And from there, you free associate while there's a sender in another room attempting to send a randomly selected image. And then at the end, when you come out of this state, you're supposed to select which of 4 possibilities was the image on your TV screen. So all this was automated, and it was a big, big step forward for parapsychology. And what is less known about this lab, definitely one of the leading labs at the time, is that we also were interested in testing, automated testing systems that people can practically do at home, people can do on their own, and disguised as games. And that kind of intrigued me. So when I moved to France, I kind of followed up on this, and I started creating tests that could be used independently by people, and the data collected. And that ended up leading to a CD-ROM that I collected that was both educational and had a number of side tests involved. So this became pretty well known in France, in the States, in Greece, because I'm part Greek. And that kind of led some people at the Institut Métapsychique it motivated them to invite me to become the president of the Institute at the time. So this is our team. The Institute basically has 2 major activities. One is geared towards research, so I'll be talking a little bit about that. And the other is geared towards helping raise awareness in France and in Europe in general about psi research, attracting students, attracting researchers, giving good, reliable information, organizing conventions and conferences and so forth. So I'm kind of proud that some of the people that are here, perhaps, I think David is here, came through the Institute through something that we had organized. We had organized a group specifically for students, doctoral students and master students. Some of you may recognize Renaud Evrard, who's PA president a couple of years ago, Thomas Rabéon, who's excellent researcher in clinical parapsychology. David is here. He'll be speaking today. So we're happy that also because we're very concerned about how the field can renew itself, at least in France. So what's going on today? That's Peter Bancel. I don't know if he's here today, but together we created a series of experiments. It started as telepathy experiments, then it became precognition, and now it's psi at home, meaning experiments that literally people can run completely from their place. Peter is particularly interested in different cohorts, like comparing meditation cohorts versus people who have claims for psychic powers versus anybody else. And the way it works is that there's an interesting star field that shows up, and if you click on the right button, you get an impressive image that comes through. That's always different images, and if not, you have a miss. And so we're testing if people can feel which of random stars are hiding an interesting image. And this is kind of an ongoing research project that we have with different cohorts. Another thing that attracted us is PK, micro PK at first. This time, how much time do I have, Alex?
Don't worry. Go ahead. This is fascinating.
Okay. So in France, there was a doctor and a medical doctor, very interesting, who, following the steps of Rémy Chauvin, decided to use this robot here that had a random number generator built in. Now, this does like a random walk, and people try to influence it and make it come towards you or move away from you and so forth, and see if you can influence the random number generator so the robot moves by your will. But the genius of this test of René Perroc, who was part of the IMI for a while, was to associate it with chicks and to first, the priming instinct. This is what chicks and other will follow the first living entity, so to speak, their mother generally. But if it's not their mother, they might follow a human being, the first entity that is moving in their visual field, and they tend to attach to it. And so René Perroc created this this attachment to this robot when they were very young. And then a little later, he would either let the robot, randomly the robot would stroll either within the visual field of the chicks, or it would move away, would be out of the visual field, while the chicks were enclosed in a cage. So I don't know if this would get by ethical committees today, but basically he had really exceptional results with a ticoscope, which kept on coming into the visual range of the chicks, kept on approaching them, which strongly suggests, at least at the first interpretation, that the chicks were influencing the random number generator to keep, even though they had no idea how to do this, no conscious volition, but to keep it within visual range. So this was a very interesting experiment, and we've been going on into macro PK, because PK suddenly has become a real issue for us. We would like to look further. With Eric Dulin, who is up here, he's also closely associated with the IMI. We've been exploring macro PK subject in Greece, who is a martial arts master, and he seems to produce really astonishing results. Here we're positioned in his own space, but there is a wide variety of phenomena that he produces. One of the most striking of which is putting out candles at several meters distance. And we've filmed this several times at his lab, and I've had one occasion, which was not a controlled experiment, but it was filmed, where he seems that he put out the candle at the Institut Métapsychique from several thousand kilometers away, while he was focusing on it via Zoom. So he was focusing on it via Zoom, and he put out the candle. So right now we're extremely interested. We're setting up a protocol so that now it's much better control with double cameras and all that, so that he can attempt to put out candles or to make these little pyramids like this rotate at a few thousand kilometers distance. And he's quite confident he can do it. And after I saw that candle go out, I'm pretty hopeful that he'll do that too. So, yeah, and I'll just finish with this. This is, sorry, almost finished. This is just to show that the observations that especially Eric has done are showing that there is no decline effect with these kinds of experiments of macro PK with very talented, let's say, participants. And there's even the inverse. There's sometimes some learning effects observed. They get better over time rather than what some parapsychologists think, which is that effects decline. Okay, and I'll just close with one item, which is that we're going to be doing this year with two very well-known experts in creativity. I'm also in creativity innovation expert. That's my work, my paid work. And we're working with two individuals here that are professors at the University of Paris. And we're going to be mounting an experiment that's looking at the interface of creativity, creative thinking, virtual reality, and parapsychology, psi phenomena, to see whether we can use virtual reality and enhance creative thinking within the virtual environments, and finding if that's going to impact positively individuals' psi capacities. So that's it. And you can contact me via the Instrument Psychique. My name is Mario, and I'll be happy to have further discussions with you.
Thank you very much, Mario. What a wonderful presentation. We've had a bit of everything, a bit of history of your own and of the field, the sociology, the skeptics. We used to call them the skeptics, but we're also skeptics. They shouldn't appropriate the word.
Actually,
The
we call
technology.
them pseudo-skeptics here in France.
Yeah, exactly. The technology of the time, the current technologies of today, we've seen before something about AI, now virtual reality.
Yep.
I also enjoyed seeing the names of other researchers so that these names start being more familiar to wider audiences. There was so much Psi in animals, which is a very...
Sorry, I kind of took a historical
I'm just congratulating you
perspective
for
on
that.
what interested me.
Why not? I mean, it's a not so explored route, probably very, very fruitful. The public awareness, the training, and also fraud. And yes, there is fraud, but is fraud all there is? And so very complete, very comprehensive. Thank you so much, Mario.
Thank you, Alex, for inviting me.
All right. So next we have David Acunzo. I think you're here. I will spotlight you.
I am here.
All right.
And I have slides.
All yours, David. Thank you for
Okay.
being here with us tonight.
Well, thanks for having me. Let me just share my screen. Can you just a second share? Can you see my screen?
Coming? Yes.
Good. All right. So thank you, Alex, for having me. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It was nice to see you, Mario. In, I don't know, 15 years, something like that. I'm going to talk about neuroimaging, study of ESP. So I'm David Acunzo. I'm going to introduce myself first. I'm a part of DOPS, the Division of Perceptual Studies. So Marina, who talked earlier, is my colleague. So I'm not going to spend time talking about DOPS very much. We're part of the Department of Psychiatry. This work that I'm going to present is a collaborative work with Marina and Ed. But the talk, they may not agree with everything I'm going to say. So but it is a collaborative work. So I'm assistant professor here at DOPS. I'm a neuroscientist by training, cognitive neuroscientist. I've been doing very mainstream stuff, although I did do a bit of parapsychology before, but I've been working on attention and perception, visual perception, working on the semantic system as well. And I got hired about a year ago at DOPS, and my mission, let's say, is to do neuroscience and psi research in outer states. But so I have had some familiarity with the field, but it was not really my main. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, right? So the first thing that I wanted to do, and that fits very well with the purpose of that series of presentations, is what has been done. I wanted to know the field, right? So I looked at all the papers that there were that's used this kind of techniques. So when I say neuroimaging, by the way, for those who don't know, it's any technique that measures brain activity, invasively or non-invasively. So you can brain activity and the brain in general, because it could also be the structure of the brain. So EEG, electroencephalography, the picture here is one technique. You've got fMRI, when you see those blobs on pictures of brains. So this is also neuroimaging. So the first thing I wanted to do was to start a literature review and assess it, so that and look at what had been done, so that I could choose or decide what should be done in the future. So I'm going to talk about that today. So first, I'd like to ask a question: why use neuroimaging? So there are a few arguments for that. First, I mean, sight perception is a subjective experience, or it's a behavior as well. So it's linked with brain activity, probably. So it makes sense to study the brain at the same time. But from a more practical point of view, if you do an experiment, a sight experiment, and you have an ESP effect, it's going to be a statistical deviation. And it's kind of, it's by itself. By definition, you've isolated everything from it. So what people have been trying to do is to link it with other things. So you try to look for correlations with individual differences. Are people who are more creative, do they manage better? Or you try to change some parameters of the experiment. So if you manage to correlate your ESP results with a neurophysiological measure, that would make your results much more robust and credible, right? So that's one first argument. Second argument would be, if you can identify such signatures associated with ESP, then maybe you can start having an idea of what's going on, right? So you can start having a biological or cognitive model of psi, of ESP. And then the third argument would be that if you've identified such neural signature, then when you do an experiment, you can look for these specific signatures so that there would be indicative of psi, right? If you know that a certain signature is associated with psi, then you can look for it and you can increase your signal to noise ratio. So I conducted what's called a systematic review. So you look at the literature, but following very specific method. You report all your methods, and what we come up with is basically a corpus of 100 studies, and then we structured them into different groups. We classified them, let's say, and you have basically two broad groups. The first group is overt ESP paradigms. In these experiments, it's like the ESP experiments, mostly a guessing task, remote viewing task. You ask the participant to perform an ESP task, and they give you a response, and then you judge the response, right? So you've got a Zener-Carr test, for instance, and then at the same time you record brain activity. The overwhelming method, the main method that has been used throughout, I'll show aggregated data, but is EEG because it's cheaper. That was the easiest. So EEG is the main method that has been used in parapsychology. But so while people perform the task, brain activity is recorded. You do a series of trials into a run. You get a hit rate, and then you try to correlate a measure within your signal with the hit rate. And this is a subcategory of overt ESP paradigms that I called task-related activity, because you look at background activity. And then there's another type or subtype is event-related activity. That was mostly contributed by the group in the 90s, in particular, Norman Don, McDonough, and Warren. The three authors, they were always switching places in the papers. They have tons of papers using this type of method. So they showed several images. One of them is the target, because it appears later during the feedback, and they look at the neural activities that is generated by the target, and then the hypothesis is that the target would generate a different neural activity than the decoys, right? So it's just a different method, very different method. It's the whole approach is very different. It looks similar, but it's very different. The other broad category of ESP paradigms using neuroimaging is looking at implicit ESP. So instead of asking participants to perform an overt task, a guessing task or remote viewing task, for instance, the participant is not doing anything, but you record the brain activity, and you look for anomalies within the brain signal, and the anomaly is inferred to be ESP. So there are two main paradigms that people have used. Of course, there's some variations, but broadly, spatially distance stimulation. So typically you'd have two people in two different rooms, separated rooms. One is being stimulated, let's say they're shown flashes, and the other person is not stimulated, but is hooked to the EEG. And you look at whether the stimulation of participant one generates a change in neuroactivity in participant two. That's the paradigm. And then if it does, then you say, okay, there's a change in brain activity in participant two, and that would be ESP. And the other big paradigm is the pre-animant paradigm, or more recently has been called the PAA, predictive anticipatory activity. So you show pictures to the person, to the participants, or any other kind of stimulus, and the hypothesis is that the brain will anticipate the stimulation. So in this example, you show emotional stimulus, and you infer that the brain will know in advance that it's an emotional stimulus. The signal in that pre-stimulus period will look different than if it's a neutral stimulus. Right. So those are the four main categories that we found. So this is the aggregated data from the publication. So you can see it started in 1952 till today. Interestingly, it's kind of flat, so you can see that despite neuroscience having boomed in the 80s and 90s in particular, it hasn't really changed that much in parapsychology. And what else can I say? It's about 60% of explicit, 40% of implicit ESP studies. A third of them is spatially distance stimulation. Task-driven activity, the very first sub-example I showed, is kind of an older paradigm, and the event-related replaced it because it's more in line. It was more of a modern using computational tools. You can do in ERP studies, event-related studies. And you can see OB studies were quite early as well, and there's a gap, and then now Marina in particular is reviving that. So yeah, that gives you an overview. PAA, very small contribution in numbers. It's a very popular paradigm, but people haven't used it for using neuroscience methods very much. They used heartbeat or skin conductance, other pupil dilation, but not so much EEG or neuroimaging. Okay, so very briefly, I don't know how much time I have, but very briefly, what do the study show? I'm not going to go into details a lot, or not at all actually, so there were 58 studies of oversight studies with neuroscience. And actually, most of them did not have behavioral results, significant behavioral results, or they did not report the results. And there were only, I think, 8 studies that had significant results, statistically significant. And what can I say? The free response studies overall, they're not of very good quality. They're usually pilot studies. So free response studies, like Bancel studies, neuroimaging studies, they're quite heavy studies to do already by themselves. When you add EEG on top of that, or any other neuroimaging method, it's an added complication. It's an added difficulty. Right, so it's no wonder that actually there's few studies, and also the quality is not that good because people just do a few participants or one participant, a few trials, and then it's too much. They don't have funding, or so that's something to keep in mind. Some studies, so a lot of these studies, not all, but a lot of these studies actually have selected participants, gifted participants. Morris and Al. In particular, Warren Dunn, this is also selected participant. Those are the median participants. And you can see the results also quite varied, right? So alpha pops up for different reasons. for theoretical but also practical reasons. I'm not going to go into detail, but so once this study found a negative correlation, this study found a positive correlation. So it's hard to aggregate this data, right? And this is a very different method, the event related. So you cannot really compare what's going on. In terms of implicit ESP paradigms, I'm not going to go into detail at all, but what I want to say is often they're quite a good quality. They're simpler, they can simpler to set up because they can be automatized. There's no like in free response ESP study, there's no judging involved. You can basically put the two participants there, you give them automated instructions, you can automatize almost everything. So the study themselves, they're usually well conducted. The analysis are usually good. Actually, a lot of them report results that are consistent with the ESP hypothesis. So you could say, okay, this is a better paradigm to study ESP than those overt ESP studies. Yes, but when you look at the aggregates, I am a bit worried because I look at the methods and I see that every study is using very different methods. So they may use different baseline. So one study will use, I don't know, 1 second baseline, another one 200 millisecond, another one will not use a baseline, another one will use one data point as a baseline. Some studies will use the whole window as a baseline. The results will be really highly varied as well. So overall, it's a bit worrying in the fact that there's little consistency between studies, which may indicate some kind of bias in the way the results are reported or explored, the methods and the data is explored. It could be I'm not saying it is the case, but it could be indicative of some cherry picking or bias. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily done consciously. When researchers look for something and they find it, they're happy, so they're like, okay, that must be the right way. Or so it's very easy because EEG or neuroscience data is very complex. Then 10,000 ways or more to analyze it and to look for effects. So it's difficult. Okay, so we have recommendations it's a paper. We're almost finished writing it, so you'll see the whole thing soon, hopefully soon. So we have a list of 15 recommendations for future research, but here's a few broad ones. And the first one, I know that maybe not everyone would agree with that, the co-authors, but I'm going to say it. So I would not personally concentrate my efforts on implicit ESP studies because I would be much more confident working with an overt ESP measure, a measure of ESP that is simple. So a hit score or something you don't need to look to find this. You don't need to let's say with a hit score, it's very straightforward to know whether you have ESP or not, right? So I want a simple way to assess whether ESP occurs in the experiment, and then I want to be able to look for neural correlates. And so if you focus on implicit ESP, you need to be very careful in the way you report your methods, the way you choose your methods, and the way you relate to the other to the rest of the literature, I think. It looks like it pays off to recruit high-performing participants rather than using convenient samples. So I think we will agree that efforts should be put into choosing high-performing participants. Working studying so neuroactivity and ESP in conjunction with outer state of consciousness is probably very fruitful. It's been looked at a bit in this literature, not so much, but it makes sense, in particular with neuroscience measures, because you can also, so the outer states is a subjective experience, but you can also find a way to objectify it, to have an objective measure through the EEG, through other neuroimaging methods. So that's probably a very fruitful approach. And also another thing, and that's been totally neglected, it's been a total dead angle in the literature reviewed, is maybe there's one study that looks at that, but looking at phenomenology. So I'm really interested in developing that, and we're working with that at DOPS, looking at the subjective measure, the subjective experience, how can we characterize the subjective experience, but also looking at the behavior, so the ESP score, let's say, and also the neurophysiological measure, and using those three three columns or three anchors to build our research program and projects. And that's everything I have. And I hope I was on time.
Very good, David. Thank you very much for bringing the neural aspect of this. And we suspect some of these phenomena go beyond the brain, but we also need to go back to the brain. And yes, the business of looking for anomalies and correlations, I think it's at the heart of the efforts we're all trying to do. I also appreciated very much the neurobehavioral paradigms, and that, I was thinking of my previous research in other centers when I was doing orthodox neuroscience, and it looks very much like the very robust efforts that many neuroscience labs around the world do to study mice learning or fruit fly perception with these very precise protocols and paradigms. And your literature review, I think it's going to be so useful to know about experiment types and quality and consistency. And I particularly love you brought in phenomenology, because ultimately, if this is about consciousness, we should ask people for their first person experience and take that seriously too, in order to make sense of these anomalies. So very rounded. Thank you, David.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we have now 3 more presenters before the break. The next one is Dani Caputi. You're very welcome. I'll spotlight you. All right, give me a second.
Okay.
Thank you for being with us tonight, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you guys. And yes, thank you to Alex for hosting this wonderful event. So my name is Dani Caputi. I'm primarily an atmospheric scientist, but I do some psi research on the side. There's a lot I want to get to in 15 minutes. Let me make sure I'm sharing. So I'm going to go relatively fast, but if people have questions, please put them in the chat. I will for sure get to them after my talk. So can we see my slides okay? Sound quality good?
Yes.
Okay. So today I'm going to be talking about scalable psi. And, as we think about the future of psi, the future of psi research, the theme of, this event today, I tried to think of a way I could frame my question in a simple, concise way. And really the question that motivates me, that keeps me up at night is, given that there is some way to obtain large mind-matter interaction effects that can be consistently replicated without a decline effect in a controlled environment, what would be the most efficient pathway to finding this protocol, assuming such a way exists? And so I'm going to be talking about 2 different approaches to that today. One of them is quantum random number generator engineering, and I'm glad some previous speakers talked about random number generators, so I assume people are pretty familiar with that. And then another is mind-atmosphere interactions, which aligns with my background as an atmospheric scientist, and kind of merging that into psi. Now I'm going to be talking about these as if they're completely separate, 2 completely separate things. Just know that's not entirely the reality, but I can't really get into everything in a 15-minute talk. So I'm going to start with the random number generator engineering. And so what you see pictured here is this device that I saw called the ethospheric modulator at a consciousness hacking event back in 2016. It was invented by Leo Madrid, local Bay Area inventor, and basically what it consists of is these 10 different Celeron mind lamps. So a Celeron mind lamp, for those who don't know, it's a random number generator controlling a lighting output in a single color. And basically what he did was put 10 of these in an array. And what he claimed was, when normally you'd expect it to look something like the top image, everything's a different color because they're all independent bit streams. But when people come around and meditate, you would get it to look more like something like the bottom example, where the colors would tend to sync up. So, that was, a pretty impressive concept. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense from a theoretical perspective. You have some kind of pretty lights. You can also do this with sound, other AI applications we've experimented with, but I'm going to be focusing on lighting today. It's controlled by random number generators. And then the more attention there is on it, the more pretty it gets, the more aesthetic value it has. And then that increases, the mind-matter interaction effect sizes, which would thereby increase attention. So this could, at least in theory, be this positive feedback loop to drive up the mind-matter interaction effect sizes. So what we did is we deployed a version of that to the 2019 Apparitions Music Festival in Rosarito, Mexico. And something to know about this festival, it's a relatively small underground festival. Attendance is usually, 500 people or so. It was lower this year because we had some local wildfire activity. This was a photo I had to take as I evacuated the night before. But nonetheless, we had, about 100 people show up, and we had some pretty prominent headliners. Troy Pierce, Alexi Delano, and they'll end up playing an important part in this story. So the LED panel algorithm, right? So these were the panels we put in front of the stage. And much like the cups you saw on the previous slide, there's 18 different of these pixels that are controlled by independent random number generator bit streams. Now there's more than 18 different circles here, but the rest of them are filling and fading and, making it a complete image. So what we can do is, to test the hypothesis that this is going to sync up when more people are looking at it, is vector Morin's eye. That's a measure of spatial autocorrelation, which can be used as a proxy for, aesthetic value. So the higher the value of Morin's eye, the more aesthetic the display is. And in this particular configuration, these colors would change every 3.8 seconds or so. And this is the algorithm for data processing, which I'm not going to go through, but people can review it later or ask me questions. And this is just a time series of the output we get. So pretty much I would say we were testing and everything in the beginning. We ran it in pseudo mode for a little bit. Everything to the right of this faint red line was the formal experiment. And what the y-axis is plotting, so this is over 3 nights of the festival. The y-axis is plotting the odds against chance. So in other words, 1 divided by the p-value. So 1 in 80, 1 in 100. That's basically just what this is showing. It's an easier way to kind of see spikes. So when we look at the average Morin's eye value and compare that to the distribution we expect for the entire festival here, we do not see any statistically significant results. These compare pretty much at chance level what you'd expect. However, we had 3 predefined events that we were going to look at, specifically our 2 headliners on stage there, and then the middle one was a small group meditation that we did in front of the lights right next to the stage. It wasn't a lot of people that participated, but nonetheless, it was something we predicted would enhance the results. And these 3 biggest periods of spikes all coincide with those events. And if you compare those Morin's eye values to the remaining, you get about a 2 sigma result. And in line with this, the effect size scales pretty nicely with the number of people that were present on the stage, not on the stage, on the dance floor rather, but in front of the LED panels. And notice that the numbers here are pretty small. This only goes up to 50 on the x-axis. So we don't know what would happen if we scaled this to hundreds or thousands of people. my guess is it would level off at a certain point, but we don't know where, assuming this effect holds. And so, that's an exciting future avenue for this. Okay, so now I'm going to be talking about mind-atmosphere interactions. Some other names it goes by: weather working, weather influence, aerokinesis, Gaia PK, things like that. So basically, why do I care about it? Is it just because, I think weather is really cool and because I'm an atmospheric scientist? Well, partially, but more specifically, the theoretical approach to this is that the atmosphere is by and large a chaotic fluid. And some of you might be familiar with the butterfly effect, which is where a butterfly flapping its wing in Brazil might lead to a tornado in Oklahoma the following month, right? And it's effectively true, right? So turbulent flow is basically chaotic. And so you can see some examples of that in everyday life, even in your kitchen sink, or if you have, a cigarette or vape with a trailing smoke, you can see the transition from laminar smooth flow into turbulent chaotic flow over here. And so the theory, at least, would be if if the mind-matter interaction effect is small, if you can act on a turbulent fluid, you might get a larger effect at a later time. And kind of in line with this, something I get asked a lot is, well, why not just do this in a lab? Why not just take a tank of a very controlled, fluid and then do the experiment there? And then only if that works, then talk about the real atmosphere. I'm kind of approaching it instead from a naturalistic standpoint, kind of similar to how Rupert Sheldrake does his research. And the reason for that is because weather working and rainmaking has a very prominent background throughout many indigenous cultures. And I've put a few books here if anybody is interested in learning more about that. Overall, though, the summary is, practices vary. But a common theme is that action should be harmonious with nature and benefit everybody. So it's not clear that doing this in a lab would really be aligned with that. And we want to design an experiment to be as aligning with these principles as we can. And so, luckily at the Science of Consciousness conference in 2016, I met somebody who, claimed she was good at working with natural disasters, namely improving the outcomes of them. And this was 2016, the height of the extreme drought in the West. As you can see on the left image here, we had an exceptional drought in many parts of California. And the idea was to target 2 to 3 locations affected by the drought and do 2 20-minute meditation sessions that she would do on a particular day with a little bit of rainfall. Now, we decided, not to shoot for the stars and just create rain out of nothing. So we did, I was kind of looking at this day by day, and we picked a day where there was some shower activity going on, and the goal was to enhance that. And then, the targets were selected kind of based on the, the weather of that day. So they were selected that morning. And we ended up picking Visalia and Bakersfield. For those who know anything about, the topography of California, these are both located within the Central Valley, the Southern Central Valley, where you have a lot of agriculture around here. There's a lot of damaged crops from the drought that could use a little bit of water. And so those were the targets we selected. Now, this is the timeline of the experiment. So some things to note is the targets were selected that morning. At 1845, intention work began on the Bakersfield target. So that's the southern target. And then this was just a meditation period where we were focusing, well, she mainly, focusing on the Bakersfield and Visalia targets. And then some feedback was given. And then for session 2, I said, mostly focus on Visalia. And then at the very end, she predicted that effects will be seen in Visalia within 2 hours. So keeping that timeline in mind, looks like I've got about 3 minutes left. I'm going to just loop through the Doppler radar image of this day. And I assume most people have seen weather image radar maps on television, things like that. This is basically no different than that. I put the Visalia target up here. It's this blue dot, and then the Bakersfield target down there. One thing to note, those cities are relatively small. It's not like we're talking about a huge general area. We're really just talking about where these dots are exactly. And so you can see there is some shower and thunderstorm activity prior to the start of the session. And then right about here, this is when, intention work began on the Bakersfield target. And there was already some activity in this area, some showers. These are pretty heavy showers. And then in the next couple of radar frames, if we advance these, you can see there's a little bit more development in this area. It develops into kind of a full-blown thunderstorm and then gets organized into this line pushing north. So I would not call this a direct hit. This was not right on the target, but it was within the time we predicted, and it was nonetheless pretty interesting to see that. Another interesting thing we saw is at the Visalia target. You'll notice this is a pretty dry area. We did have, prior to focusing on Visalia, a shower activity just over the target. Could interpret that potentially as a precognitive effect. I would say, again, this is not a direct hit, but it was interesting nonetheless. You can see within this time frame, you're not really getting a lot of activity in this area. So now advancing forward, the end of the meditation session was, right about here. So, so they predicted that there would be effects seen in Visalia within 2 hours at the Visalia target. I kind of didn't really believe this because I was looking at the radar, and it's like these storms are going to kind of just fizzle out. They really depend on instability in the atmosphere, and it's getting dark out, so these are probably just going to fizzle out. But lo and behold, as we advance this, I'm going to do this pretty slowly here. We see some activity right over Visalia, just getting started. And this is within the 2-hour predicted window. And then this whole band of showers, this whole band of thunderstorms forms right at this latitude with a particular enhancement on Visalia. And I definitely did not expect that. None of the high-resolution models that are pretty good at predicting convection predicted that. And so that was pretty interesting. And then, it kind of pushed northward, that whole line of development. So that is my talk. Again, put any questions in the chat. I'll be happy to answer them. I will link my email as well in the chat. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Dani. Really cool, really cool. We need Psi that's scalable, that is fun, that it's real world. I love your idea of including the feedback in this beautiful way and creative way. And then about the second part of the presentation, which also surprised me. So interesting to bring another aspect of physics, which is fascinating, but nevertheless doesn't get heard so much because we all love to hear about quantum stuff, but what about complex and chaotic systems? So very interesting to see that interaction between this branch of physics and these activities of the weather. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Next, we have Maaneli Derakhshani.
Hi, Alex.
Yeah,
Thank you. I'm going to share my
sure.
Platform.
All yours. Do you need help?
Yeah, just to check how I should do that.
There's
Exactly.
an arrow inside a green box. It should be at the bottom of share, and then you can choose what window from your computer you want to share.
Got it. Great.
Yeah, we see it. and we hear you.
Perfect. And let me just do the full screen mode. Everyone can see this okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Maaneli Derakhshani. I am associated with the John Bell Institute and Foundational Questions Institute. I am a physicist by practice, and I'm based in New York. And I'd like to tell you about the possibility of enhancing psi ability in free response experiments with magnetic and electric brain stimulation techniques. As we all know, a central goal of parapsychology is to amplify effect sizes and replication rates of the various paradigms of psi research, because currently average effect sizes in psi experiments are on the small magnitude size, and replication rates tend not to be much better than around 20 or 30% in terms of the percentage of studies in a certain paradigm or a meta-analytic database that achieve statistical significance at, say, like the 0.05 alpha level. So it would be ideal if we could boost average effect sizes in psi experiments to large magnitudes and replication rates to 80 or 100%. And existing proposals for amplifying psi ability, as we know, use typically altered states of consciousness, such as the Ganzfeld techniques or other or hypnosis or other methods, and or selected participants or people with certain personality traits or backgrounds that are correlated with high psi functioning ability, and also special target manipulations like dynamic visual targets. But something that has not really been considered much, or at least not until very recently, is the possibility of using non-invasive stimulation of brain function to amplify psi, such as, for example, the so-called transcranial magnetic stimulation technique and transcranial direct current stimulation techniques. So the rationale to start is that if psi exists, it has to be mediated by brain function, and there's a lot of evidence to support that. And if that is the case, then it ought to be possible to amplify psi with TMS and TDCS, because these methods have been used by neuroscientists and neuropsychologists over the past 20-something years to demonstrate enhancements of cognitive abilities of all kinds, ordinary cognitive abilities of all kinds. And they do so by amplifying the neural correlates of certain cognitive abilities and depressing the aspects of brain function that are negatively correlated with certain cognitive abilities. So insofar as psi is mediated by brain function and has neural correlates, by amplifying those neural correlates or depressing the neural anticorrelates, we ought to be able to enhance psi functioning. And in particular, a promising method or approach is to TMS and TDCS, or the methods that seem most relevant to psi research, in my opinion, are those developed by the Australian neuropsychologist Alan Snyder. And Snyder has also proposed a particular hypothesis or explanation of why TMS and TDCS seem to enhance psi functioning, which he calls the privileged access hypothesis. And this hypothesis seems to, as we will see, align with some leading models of psi functioning. And this is two photos of Alan Snyder. On the left-hand side, TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, is being applied to his head with this electromagnet that one of his assistants is holding, and is creating a pulsed magnetic field that's acting on a certain part of his brain. And on the right-hand side, this dummy has two electrodes on the left and the right side of the temples, and an electric current, a direct current, is passing through one end to the other through the brain. And so these are the two techniques that in visual depiction that I'm going to discuss in more detail. in a moment. So the original study that Snyder did in 2003 found that TMS temporarily induces cognitive abilities similar to those of autistic savants in non-autistic people. And the motivation for doing this experiment in the first place was the observation that autistic savants seem to have depressed functioning of a certain part of their brain, namely the left anterior temporal lobe, which is, well, depicted in the previous photo, these two sides of the head, or the left side of that head. And so Snyder suggested that we could mimic the depressed functioning of the LATL in ordinary people by applying a low frequency repetitive TMS over the left anterior temporal lobe, or LATL, for around a 15-minute interval. And when they did this, they found that this imparted a temporary, around 45-minute long lasting virtual lesioning of the LATL. By virtual lesioning, he means that the neural functioning or neural activity of the LATL was significantly inhibited or significantly reduced for this 45-minute period after the application of the TMS. And in the study, his team found that there was significantly enhanced performance in various cognitive tasks, one involving numerosity, such as guessing the number of jelly beans in a large jar of jelly beans just by guessing for, after a few seconds, or the number of cards spread out on a table. Also in proofreading errors and various proverbs that would pop up on a computer screen in a prescribed way. And also significant enhancement in artistic sketching ability of various things like horses, dogs, and other types of objects. I don't have, of course, time to go into all of the details of this study, but that's the basic outline of the findings. In addition, his subjects reported certain altered states of consciousness, such as in the case of subject NR, who said he was more, quote, alert and, quote, conscious of detail, and that he had been taught how to draw dogs for the first time. And he wished he had been asked to, quote, write an essay, something he previously disliked, because when stimulated by the TMS technique, he became acutely aware of details in his surroundings. So that's the TMS results of, those are the TMS results of Snyder's research. In terms of the TDCS, or transcranial direct current stimulation research, this is discussed in a 2010 study of Snyder and his team, where they used cathodal stimulation of the LATL, the left anterior temporal lobe, and anodal stimulation of the right anterior temporal lobe. The cathodal stimulation of the LATL, denoted by L-, reduced excitability of the LATL, or in other words, reduced neural activity, while the anodal stimulation of the RATL, or R+, enhanced the neural activity or excitability of the RATL. And so his team found, in essence, that TDCS, when jointly applied to the LATL and the RATL, significantly enhanced the accuracy of visual working memory in the subjects in his experiments. And his team argues that the findings support the hypothesis that the inhibition of the LATL by TDCS can, in their words, quote, lead to a cognitive style that is less influenced by mental templates, and that the right anterior temporal lobe, or RATL, may be associated with insight or novel meaning, close quote. So those of you familiar with the remote viewing paradigm and the problem of analytic overlay therein might be able to see already the possible relevance of this to that paradigm, which I will also discuss in a moment too. But before that, here is Snyder's privileged access hypothesis, or his explanation in brief of what it means, what it amounts to, in a 2009 review article. So here he's talking about autistic savants, and he says that owing to some atypical brain function that they have, savants have privileged access to raw, less processed information, or information in some interim state before it is packaged into holistic labels. This privileged access facilitates a distinct literal cognitive style in which a person thinks in detail, working from the parts to the whole. And savants access or read off something that exists in all of our brains, but is normally inaccessible through introspection. Now, Snyder also emphasizes that there is a phenomenon of, quote, sensory hypersensitivity and enhanced perception of details that are also a direct consequence of this privileged accessibility in savants, and which are artificially produced in non-savants. And so the PA hypothesis was what led him to suggest originally that inhibition of the LATL functioning with TMS can induce savant-like privileged accessibility in non-autistic people. So now, how do we connect the PA hypothesis and all of these findings of Snyder's work to models of psi ability? So again, those of you familiar with remote viewing are probably familiar with Paul Smith and the Controlled Remote Viewing Handbook and the manual and the problem of analytic overlay. Here, Paul Smith explains the problem, and I will just highlight the main parts of this body of text showing the relevance and connection to privileged access, the privileged access hypothesis. So as Smith says, the normal waking consciousness poses certain problems for remote viewing, occasioned largely because of the linear analytical thought processes which are societally enhanced and ingrained from our earliest stages of cognitive development. Such analytical thinking hampers remote viewing by the manufacture of what is known as analytic overlay, or AOL. As the signal line surges up across the lineman and into the threshold areas of consciousness, the mind's conscious analytical process feels duty-bound to assign coherence to what at first blush seems virtually incomprehensible data coming from an unaccustomed source. It must, in other words, make a logical assessment based on the impressions being received. And in the next blue highlight, instead of allowing holistic, quote, right brain processes through which the signal line apparently manifests itself to assemble a complete and accurate concept, untrained left brain-based analytic processes seize upon whatever bits of information seems most familiar and forms an AOL construct based on it. So one can, I think, see now fairly straightforwardly how, say, a method like TMS or TDCS, insofar as it's inhibiting functioning of the left anterior temporal lobe and perhaps also amplifying functioning of the right anterior temporal lobe, could be relevant to amplifying the signal line and reducing analytic overlay. So the suggestion that I'm making here is that we ought to apply transcranial magnetic stimulation along the lines as Snyder did in his experiments, or TDCS, to receivers or percipients in remote viewing and Ganzfeld experiments during the mentation periods of those experiments. This ought to reduce their analytic overlay and thereby significantly increase hit rates and effect sizes in those experiments. By how much exactly is, of course, an empirical question, but I've shown in a manuscript, which I give the reference to below, at least to the extent that it's there, that if the effect size enhancement is comparable to that found in Snyder's studies, then at least for the Ganzfeld paradigm, this would yield a large effect size and replication rates of 80 to 100% for typical sample sizes and using selected participants in the Ganzfeld paradigm. So that is the end of my presentation, and feel free to email me with questions if you have any, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maaneli. Very cool. We heard before from David about measuring brain activity, and thanks to you, we heard about manipulating it. I appreciated that by paying attention to neurodivergent cases, I could say, we can also learn how to use what we know about the brain then to enhance Psi, and made me think again about the brain as a filter and what things we can do to open the filter more. It also brought my attention ethical considerations that we don't have time to discuss, but that's a very powerful, for the good and for the bad, weapon. And well, very cool. And also Ian McGilchrist's work came to mind, and about the hemispheres, and of course the recent work by Friedman's lab doing a PK task with stimulation. So thank you for bringing this to everyone here tonight.
I should note that Friedman's experiments were, I originally suggested those experiments to Morris in around 2014, which then he subsequently developed and worked out. And so it's cool to see that it seems to work, at least along the lines of PK, micro PK.
I didn't know that. It's so great you did that. Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So finally, before the break, we have Adam Curry, whom I'll spotlight in a second. 1 second. All right. Thank you for being here with us, Adam. It's all yours.
All right. Hey, friends. Good to be with you on the call. So my name is Adam Curry, and I'm one of the co-creators of the Entangled app, which Damon mentioned before. And with that, I will cue some slides. Okay. Entangle is a free mobile app. It's designed to be a platform for doing Psi research in new and progressive ways. This is what it looks like. If you're curious, you can go to entangle.org and download it. By moving Psi research in some way into a mobile app, you get to do a lot of cool things, one of which is you can conduct rigorous experiments in a very efficient way, and you can kind of pose new questions in the Psi world and have a lot of fun doing it. We are doing a number of different experiments, but in addition to those, we've got a couple of moonshots, and I'll discuss one of them. So one entangled moonshot is future forecasting, or to put another way, is it possible to use Psi effects like global consciousness to provide actionable insights about the future? Now, the nature of a moonshot, of course, is that it's very ambitious. It's a little sci-fi sometimes, maybe a little preposterous, but I think it's important to push the boundaries and to be playful. So can we use Psi to forecast the future? Well, this is not new. There have been many methods developed, going back to old times for forecasting, things like remote viewing and tarot card reading and rune casting, I Ching, pendulums, etc. These are all methods of trying to recover information across time and bring it to awareness, where you can either measure it or you can act upon it depending on what your goals are. So if you were to look at all of these forecasting methods and you were to ask yourself, is there some sort of common denominator here? Like, what can we learn about looking at all of these things? And at risk of deeply oversimplifying this, you might come up with a model that looks like this. The human subconscious mind is the thing that has access to information across time and space, or is somehow capable of retrieving information across time and space, or maybe retrieving information that it will receive one day via feedback. And so the goal is to try to get that information from the subconscious mind up into the conscious mind where it becomes useful, right? And so this is where something like controlled remote viewing comes in. You want to start writing down your impressions that are bubbling up from the subconscious to the conscious mind. With rune casting or tarot cards, your subconscious mind, theory goes, shuffles the deck in just the right way, or throws the dice in just the right way, or influences the outcome of either to pick a card that's meaningful, that provides you with some sort of intel. So I got to thinking, while all of those methods are useful and have historical precedent, some of which have been studied empirically, what would be the scalable way to tap into subconscious minds? And I think that it would look something like this. You're going to want to have a network of subconscious minds. You're going to have various questions, so not just one, but a plurality of questions that you want to ask about, in this case, asking about some future condition. You're going to need something like a subconscious measurement device or a subconscious sensor, and that's going to render meaningful answers in a format that can be consumed by the conscious mind and then provide feedback in the future about what happened. So this is what we've built in Entangled. So Entangled is a mobile app. The platform includes a laser-based random number generator running on a low latency server that's producing a series of bits for every user every second. And Entangled is also a protocol that governs the relationship between the users, the random number generation, the questions, and the feedback. So I'll kind of go through this really quickly, but if you're interested in learning more about the mechanics, all of this is on the website, entangled.org. So you've got a photon source, which I mentioned as a laser, and it's sending photons at a beam splitter, and that basically just produces a very reliable series of ones and zeros. Every user is, for every user, there is 1 bit generated per second, so 1 bit per user per second. There are 3,600 seconds in an hour, which means that for every user, you generate 3,600 bits. Now, I said that the bits were structured. This is part of the protocol. The structure is that every bit for each second is sorted into what we call channels. So the first second is the bit for channel 1, the second is the bit for channel 2, channel 3, and so forth, on up to the end of the hour, which is channel 3,600. So you could think of users as rows and channels as columns. And when you organize the data in this way, you suddenly have the ability to do really scalable things where you can automate data collection and also ask a variety of different questions in a very flexible way to each user, and have all of the users, if you will, vote by flipping bits in the channel with their subconscious minds to produce a total result, which you can assign as the answer to that question. So for example, here, C1 would be every user voting or flipping a bit once per second. That gives you a result of 0.3, and that can be used to give an answer to something in the future. At the end of each hour, all of the data is sorted into a single file, which we call the block file. So we've got an hour-based collection of everything that happened in across the network. So here's a real-world example of something that we actually did. So the question is, will an earthquake of magnitude 6.0 or above happen somewhere in the world within the next 1 hour? And we assigned this to channel 10. So the 10th bit of every hour users are voting on. And we created a objective answer criteria, meaning a z-score of 2 or above means yes. Anything less than that is a no. So these are very preliminary results, right? And we did this over 3 months. And the results were that we had 28 qualifying earthquakes. We had 101 predictions, and we had 3 hits, meaning 3 of those 101 we the network predicted that would happen in the next hour, right? So you do a chi-square on that, and you get a p-value of a little more than 0.1, which is kind of interesting, but it's not statistically significant. Here's a few examples, though. Drilling down into the data tells you an interesting story. So what you're looking at on the x-axis here is hour 5, hour 4, hour 3, 2, and then hour 1. These are the hours leading up to the event. So 5 hours before the earthquake, 4 hours before the earthquake, etc., on up to hour 1. And then on the y-axis, you've got the z-score there. So this is one of the cases where we had a hit. So on channel 10, in that hour, we got a cumulative z there of like 2.8, something like that. That was a successful prediction. Same thing with this earthquake in Papua New Guinea. If you look at some of the misses, here we have a clear trend, but the z-score for that hour was not satisfied. So it's 1.2, so we didn't register this as actually a prediction. And actually, we had quite a few of these types of cases. And then, of course, you've got misses where there just doesn't seem to be anything going on there whatsoever. Now, if you put all of the data together, meaning you line up all predictions and all events on the x-axis, looking at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 hour before, what you find is this emerging trend where the z-score starts to rise towards the prediction threshold as the prediction criteria approaches. Now, the way that you could interpret this, and this is just a theory, but one way to interpret this is that you're seeing this because not everyone is, well, because the psi ability is not evenly distributed in the network. There are some people who are very good, who would be very psi talented, who are producing correct predictions, and there are others that are not, and it's all aggregated together. That could explain some of the effects that you're seeing here. So with that in mind, we've got a couple of ideas for the future, things that we're working on. Ways to identify psi-talented individuals and bias the weights of those future predictions on those individuals. Of course, more users. We didn't really make any announcement of the Entangled app being out there. We just sort of like put it out there and just curious what would happen on its own. And then we're building in improved feedback. So with a mobile app, you have the ability to use push notifications and other methods of feedback. The psi literature seems to be pretty clear that feedback is important. And so the more that you can provide feedback on what actually happened from the point of view of the future back to the point of view of the present, it may increase accuracy. And then, of course, there's future questions. So one of which would be medical mysteries. You can do all kinds of cool things if you're able to retrieve information across space and time or predict the future, one of which would be the potential to accelerate scientific discoveries. In the case of medical mysteries, there's a variety of things that you could speed up, a variety of discoveries that you could speed up by constraining the search space. And there's also user questions. So the ability for individual users to ask their own questions to the network. And for more, go check out entangled.org. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you putting this event on.
Thank you, Adam. Fascinating again. I love the apps route that belongs to the current times, and seeing these very well-crafted quantum divination system that taps on our unconscious is, yeah, it's very creative and fascinating. So I wish you good success with that. I actually have the app on my phone, and I'm sometimes checking how relevant were my photons being split there. Okay. All right. So that's been really amazing. I've enjoyed it so much. We'll have a break, and in order to be on time with the schedule, we'll be back at o'clock. So in 13 minutes. Welcome again to the second part of Psi Back to the Future. For those who weren't here before. We've been going on for 2.5 hours now. This is a live online free event hosted via the Paris Center. I see we are about 100 people still after this good 2 hours, and about 650 people registered, which is great. You'll all receive the recording later. For the participants, the speakers now, a reminder that please concentrate your presentation around 15 minutes. There will be no Q&A, and if you don't mind, introduce yourself when you begin so that people, especially those who are not into our field, can locate you and know what you do, where you're coming from, where you work. So we'll go now with Ed Kelly. There, Ed. So good to have you here. Please unmute yourself and you're ready to go whenever you want. Sorry, you need to unmute. You need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I'm Ed Kelly. I work at the Division of Perceptual Studies, DOPS, at the University of Virginia in the Psychiatry Department, together with Marina and David, that you've heard from already, and several other people as well. We're one of the main university-based groups working in this area. Now, I should say right away that I'm one of the old timers in this area, and I'm looking at this event from a slightly different point of view, not so much concerned about telling people about my own experimental work, which is really mostly in the past at this point, but I want to convey particularly to people who are at sort of choice points in their careers out there in the audience, young people thinking about how they want to spend their career. Do they want to invest time in this field? Or people, you know, in mid-career at a kind of stuck place and wondering about what to do next. And the main message that I want to convey is that despite its historical difficulties and lack of resources and all that, we've already accomplished quite a bit and are in fact part of a much bigger story that's currently unfolding in Western intellectual history. Anyway, let me just go back to the beginning. I'm one of the few who started in this area straight out of graduate school. I actually did a postdoc here, during most of which I was reading parapsychology literature and communicating with J.B. Ryan at his lab down in Durham, North Carolina. And at the end of it, I went down there and began working for him doing experimental parapsychology. At the time, that was the main center of experimental parapsychology, certainly in the US, if not in the world. And although it's widely disparaged these days, I have to say that Ryan was really the right guy in the right place at the right time, who did a great deal to put the subject on the map intellectually, to solve a lot of the early experimental and statistical problems, and begin systematically providing evidence of the reality of these phenomena. The only other thing I want to mention about my time there is that I had the great good fortune very early on to meet with a guy who was undoubtedly one of the best people ever to come into a parapsychology laboratory. This guy could do practically anything we asked him to do, often to extreme levels of significance. And I have to say that although I was pretty convinced by the stuff I had read when I began working there, my encounter with this person was what finally convinced me for all time that these phenomena really do exist as facts of nature. And in fact, that's one of the main things I want to say to this group, is that my informed and considered opinion on this subject is that the 150 or so year history of systematic scientific work involving things like spontaneous cases, field studies, quasi-experimental work of various kinds, and a couple of thousand, probably, I've never tried to count them, experimental studies of psi, have produced a body of evidence that, in my opinion, should be sufficient to convince any reasonable person who takes the trouble to study it that these phenomena do in fact exist as facts of nature. That's extremely important because one thing that lots of people recognize, and that was the real reason why I became interested in the first place, is that the kind of prevailing picture of things, if that picture were true, this stuff should not happen, and yet it does. The implication, I think, is clear that our science-based picture of the world is going to have to change in some fundamental way in order to accommodate them. And it's really that part of the picture that I want to dwell upon here. Is a little different from what you've been hearing so far. And before I start that, let me just say in passing that it's hugely encouraging me as I head for the exits to find so many bright young people coming into the field. You know, there had been times during my 50-plus association, 50-plus year association with the field when we weren't so sure that the people leaving were going to be replaced. So it's really great to find this infusion of new creativity. May it continue. Okay, well, you know, the picture that prevails, particularly in the parts of academia that I've inhabited, psychology and neuroscience, but really practically every part of science, except maybe for physics, fundamental physics, is dominated by a picture of reality that is said to be science-based, that's specifically associated with physics, classical physics, as it had evolved up to the end of the 19th century. Physicalism, or materialism as it used to be called, is a philosophical doctrine that's kind of come along for the ride. And that, in my opinion, is no longer satisfactory. You know, the basic picture, we've all heard it. Reality is out there, independent of us. It's made up at bottom of whatever's the latest, smallest thing in physics. We are immensely complicated biological machines manufactured out of that stuff, whatever it is. Mind and consciousness are generated by neurophysiological processes in our bodies and brains. And of course, when we die, it's lights out. Nothing can possibly survive. The only way we get information into us is through our sensory surfaces and all that. That's the standard story, and most people believe it in a sort of semi-conscious, not really thought out manner. It's become the received wisdom of opinion elites all over the world. And it arguably has a great deal to do with the disenchantment of modern civilization and the kinds of horrendous problems that we now face as a civilization. Won't try to go into that. Lots of people have written about it. So where do we go from here? Well, certainly one step in the right direction is to try to find an enhanced, expanded kind of theory that will permit the occurrence of these phenomena along with other things related to them. And that's what I have been involved with myself for the past couple of decades. We've produced a series of 3 big books. The first of which, Irreducible Mind, was intended to summarize a lot of the evidence against this physicalist mainstream picture. And at the top of any list of phenomena that conflict with that picture certainly are all the psi phenomena, what makes them so interesting. But we didn't want to write a book about psi, so we provided an annotated bibliography for that and moved on to a number of other things. You know, the prevailing view, particularly among psychologists and neuroscientists, is that, well, this parapsychology stuff, yes, it's challenging, but it's unique, one of a kind. We can put it off in quarantine, isolate it, and go on about our business without concern for other things. No, I'm sorry, there are a number of other things, and we cover several of them in Irreducible Mind. They include things like extreme psychophysical influence, hypnotic blisters, stigmata, stuff like that. The problems in memory, the theory of memory and research on memory. Alan Gauld had a good chapter on that in our book. NDEs and out-of-body experiences and near-death experiences, concentrating, especially, I must say, as a psychologist and neuroscientist, on experiences that occur under extreme physiological conditions, such as deep general anesthesia and or cardiac arrest, in which most neuroscientists and psychologists would think that no experience can be possible at all, let alone the most intense and transformative experiences of people's lives, which are in fact being reported under such conditions. We also talked about things like multiple personality, dissociative identity disorder, where there seem to be multiple persons of some sort operating in a single organism, somehow sharing its neurobiological resources. Extreme forms of creativity exemplified by the Indian mathematician Ramanujan, a veritable freak of nature. And mystical experiences, which even more than creativity have been largely ignored in contemporary psychology and neuroscience. And I must say, when attended to at all, usually marginalized and pathologized in ways that are really unfortunate. Our society is unique in its disregard for these kinds of experiences, which are foundational for philosophical systems developed in particular in East Asian traditions and even Native American traditions and so on. This first book, Irreducible Mind, I think did two things. One, it provided a whole empirical dimension to the attacks that are increasing on physicalism from many quarters, strengthening that attack in general. And it also supported an alternative to the prevailing picture of consciousness in relation to the brain. The generally accepted view right now is that everyday consciousness is basically all the consciousness there is associated with each of us, together with supporting stuff that goes on unconsciously in our brains. Now, William James and F.W.H. Myers had a very different view of things as early as the late 19th century that I personally believe is closer to the truth of the matter, in which each of us is associated with a larger consciousness. The everyday consciousness is part of a more extensive consciousness somehow associated with us. It might be in multiple layers that we know very little about. And those layers of larger consciousness are the source of things such as psi, extreme forms of creativity, and mystical experience. Now, that picture lends itself to hugely important practical developments along the lines that Maaneli talked about just a little bit ago. That is, and by the way, you wouldn't have to accept the Myers-James story in order to be interested in this kind of work. Even if the conventional picture were true, you would want to do this kind of work, which is basically, I think this is the principal task of consciousness studies going forward, is to identify conditions in the brain and body, in the brain in particular, that permit the expression of these higher abilities wherever they come from. And Maaneli talked specifically about one approach to that problem. We would have to know more about what the relevant correlations are before we can deploy it really effectively, I think. But one clear emerging contender is the so-called default mode network, which seems to be deactivated in a lot of circumstances that allow psi-like things and deep states of meditation and hypnosis and so on to occur. This is very consistent with Myers's principle, by the way, of that what he called the subliminal self, or this alternative view of an unconscious, expresses itself in proportion to this kind of disabling of the everyday or superliminal consciousness. So that's the sort of practical and experimental side going forward. But this picture also lends itself to an alternative kind of metaphysical context, which I think will ultimately be necessary. We're going to have metaphysics no matter what, and it's a question of whether we're going to have good metaphysics or bad metaphysics. And the following two books, we took a stab at this in Irreducible Mind, but the following two books really have much more to do with it. And they were Beyond Physicalism in 2015 and Consciousness Unbound in 2021. So I recommend those of you who are interested in such things to go have a look at those. The picture, there are way too many details to get into here, but what comes out of our exploration of this subject, which started with comparison of a bunch of existing frameworks, old and new, that take psi phenomena seriously and try to imagine how the world must really be constituted in order that these things can happen, to try to find their sort of common tendencies and so on. And again, without attempting to get into the weeds about any of this, the basic story is that we seem, in my opinion, to be lurching toward what amounts to the metaphysical opposite of the prevailing physicalism. That is, some kind of a monism, an idealist monism, but one which is also realist, as opposed to Berkeleyan type metaphysics. And the focus of effort right now, in my opinion, is to try to identify a version of such a theory that is demonstrably consistent with developments in more modern physics, such as relativity and especially quantum theory. So that's where I'm putting my juice, what I have left. And I encourage people to pay attention, because I do think that we are really right on the verge of a major inflection point in Western intellectual history that will result in the overthrow of this physicalist worldview, its replacement by something humanly better, and maybe at least a small step towards saving ourselves from the various catastrophes that presently loom. So that's really all I intended to say. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Ed. Wonderful. And thank you for speaking in the name of the old times and honoring the legacy, and also expressing that you see hope in the current times. It's very important that in this whole gathering we have, that we hear this aspect about the metaphysics that's holding all of this together, and your claim as a true expert that these phenomena exist. And so even if some people think they should not happen, and yet they do, so what we need to do is also change the picture of reality we have. So basically to have new theories that make those phenomena possible, given that they actually take place. And finally, I would just like to add words of gratitude to your service into this field with these Trinity books that were cooked for many years, also through conversations at SLN. And maybe that's a good moment also to mention these institutes that we've been hearing from: IONS, DOPS, Metaphysics Institute, SLN, like still standing hubs where, you know, these treasures are kept alive. So thank you. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have David Luke. Thank you so much, David, for coming to this event and giving us your thoughts. And one more thing, by the way, thank you for the people who are in the chat, adding links, adding the names of these books, clarifying questions. I love to see that the chat is active, given that we don't have time for Q&A, but there's also a kind of sharing and learning going on there in the chat. David, all yours.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you for having me along. It's nice to be among some extraordinary heavyweights in the field. I can still consider myself to be one of the younger members, but not so young these days. I'm associate professor of Psychology at the University of Greenwich, and I'm also delighted to announce that I've just been appointed Perrett Warwick Senior Researcher, which is a fund which has been administered through Trinity College, Cambridge for the last 90 years. I'm going to be diverging a little bit away from psychedelics in that project and looking more into lucid dreaming, but still as regards to precognition. My area of research I call exceptional human experience, from Rhea White and Susan Brown. So it's broader than just Psi, but I have done some amount of Psi research over the years, particularly as these experiences intersect with what I call, psychedelic experiences. And then I've looked at a whole range of interesting and sometimes bizarre phenomena that may occur in those states. But I'm going to talk about Psi primarily in this talk. Reasons why psychedelics may be considered useful for exploring Psi is because indigenous peoples the world over have been using them for thousands of years in many cases. And in all those cases, they do it explicitly to transcend time and space and bring back useful information, be that about the future or location of distant objects or animals or people to go and visit or whatever it might be. The first explorers and discoverers of psychedelics on their encounters with these indigenous peoples and discoveries of new psychedelics pretty much always had their own paranormal-like experience. For instance, on first encountering this Mazatec shaman, Don Aurelio, the Wassons, who we can thank in many ways, I guess, for discovering and bringing psilocybin from the indigenous people to the rest of the world, consulted Don Aurelio, who told them several things about their son back home in the States, which they did not know, and which both turned out to be true, demonstrating perhaps some kind of precognition or even telepathy, possibly precognition. One of the events hadn't even happened at that time, on the very first encounter of Westerners with psilocybe mushrooms. And of course, some of those mushrooms later ended up in the lab of Albert Hofmann, the Swiss chemist, who had a few years earlier discovered LSD and had his own paranormal-like experience when he had something akin to a near-death experience, was slightly disturbed by that, and decided to have a medical doctor on hand when he tested the various alkaloids of the mushrooms from Mexico and discovered psilocybin. Probably didn't help him having a medical doctor there, because he, as he came over to check his pulse, he saw him as a Aztec priest, resplendent with feathered headdress, and instead of holding a stethoscope, coming at him with an obsidian knife to cut out his beating heart, which kind of rather disturbed poor old Albert. But he also noticed, however, how on many occasions when he gave psilocybin to people in Switzerland who did not know of the provenance of these mushrooms, that they'd often have visions of Aztec temples and Aztec artwork and Mayan and Aztec motifs. And he actually attended one of the first parapsychology conference exploring the intersection between psychedelics and parapsychology, and suggested it's some kind of psychometry that taking these substances gave access to the consciousness of the original users of these fantastic plants and fungi. Of course, the psychedelics didn't stay in the laboratories for long, and started becoming pioneered in psychotherapy. People like Stan Grof, of course, who became very much the godfather of psychedelic psychotherapy, and conducted several thousand sessions over a couple of decades, and reported observing patients experiencing past life recall, out-of-body experiences, ESP, particularly precognition, accurate remote viewing, and space-time travel on a daily basis. This is somewhat of an occupational hazard for psychedelic psychotherapists, at least it was in the 60s in Grof's day. Of course, the psychedelics didn't stay in the therapy rooms either, and started becoming used recreationally, if we can call it that. And throughout that time onwards, throughout the 1970s and onwards, a number of surveys have attested to the power of psychedelics to induce experiences of psi, if not actual genuine psi. Very commonly, people report the experience such as telepathy. The majority of people who've used these substances report those experiences whilst under the influence of the psychedelics themselves. And I backed that up, of course, with my own survey research as well, and found pretty similar stuff. And that's how I started out in this area. And it's not just that people who are drawn to taking psychedelics are prone to having psi experiences necessarily, because the more substances people take, the more experiences they have as well. So experiences is one thing, but what about actual real psi phenomena, if it can be tested and brought into the laboratory and pinned down in some way? And of course, there were many early endeavors that occurred throughout the 1960s and 70s, this kind of crossover between parapsychology and psychedelic research. Some giants of the field like Walter Pankey, who conducted the Good Friday experiments, conducted his own ESP experiments with LSD as well. But the science and maybe the technology of the time was, I mean, of its time. And, you know, forced choice protocols were very much the de rigueur of research in those days. And there was a number of experiments which were conducted over a number of years, primarily using the forced choice method. So card guessing tasks primarily, but often getting people to try and guess Xena cards for several hours at a time. And in the vast majority of those experiments, participants were having their first ever psychedelic experience. And they also lacked good, adequate controls. But often, you know, the participants themselves would say things like it was psychedelically immoral to get people to do these kind of card guessing tasks for hours on end on their first ever mystical experience. So as you might imagine, the results of those experiments weren't particularly impressive. There were a few free response design experiments which were perhaps more conducive to the person's experience. Nevertheless, they were even more poorly controlled because it's very difficult to gauge subjective interpretations of targets if there's no kind of decoys, and they didn't tend to use decoys in these early experiments. Nevertheless, in those free response studies, I'd say about half of them reported positive findings at the very least, but not under very well controlled conditions. So what do we know about the potential of psychedelics to induce genuine psi in laboratory controlled protocols? I attempted to follow up on all this by doing my own experiments. I'm going to tell you about 4 experiments I've done. I won't spend too much time on the first one, which was with ayahuasca, which I collected the data whilst in Brazil and Ecuador, going into ayahuasca ceremonies. I stupidly perhaps used a forced choice protocol as well, using fractal targets. I won't dwell on it. Nevertheless, the results were not very good. Participants actually scored lower in the precognition, in the ayahuasca condition on precognition than in the control condition. However, I did a pre-measure and a post and a during measure, and with control as well, and we actually find a decline effect in both the control and the experimental condition, which tells me that my experiment isn't very good, whether you're tripping or not, because it looks like there's some order effects, possibly test fatigue or boredom. So I wisely perhaps opted to move towards a free response design. I also shifted my focus towards another shamanic psychoactive, this time San Pedro cactus, which contains mescaline, working in Ecuador. I'd attempted to do, again, 20 participants doing a trial each of my experimental design. And I found a shaman who was willing to let me do that experiment until I pulled out my laptop, and then he was like, oh no, all your electromagnetic juju will scare away the spirits. You can't come into my ceremony with that. So I had to rethink my experimental design, and running out of time, I figured that if I just get one person to do 20 trials instead of 20 people to do one trial each, is more or less the same thing. And I found one person to do that experiment, and that was me. So I did a self-experimentation using a free response design. 4-stage process, very much like a dream ESP or a Ganzfeld setup. There's a visualization stage, a viewing, a voting, and then, of course, verification. This is precognition design. So under the influence of the mescaline, I would come up with lots of florid imagination, which I would try and kind of corral into something concrete I could write down. very brief, just a visualization about my idea of what the future target might be. I knew there were 4 one-minute video clips, one of which was a target. I would view those 4 video clips. I would vote on them. I would say how similar they were to my mental imagery for my intended precognitive target. So perhaps it might be quite a lot like the Matrix, a bit of the overview effect, not very much like Rick and Morty and a smattering of Mary Poppins, pretty standard psychedelic experience really. And then, of course, then use a random number generator to then determine which one was the actual target in the future. The results of that experiment were surprisingly pretty good. I got a 40% hit rate, which turned out to be independently significant by sum of ranks. So I was at least encouraged by my protocol. But of course, doing N of 1 self-experimentation studies isn't going to convince anybody. I was lucky enough to be working on a clinical drug trial with LSD, and we managed to shoehorn this precognition task into the protocol. We had 13 participants this time, and a placebo double-blind control condition where they didn't know if they were getting either LSD or a placebo. And they did one precognition trial either on LSD or not on LSD. And the results of which were quite interesting. 13 participants this time, very small sample size, unfortunately. And I got a significant result independently in the LSD condition. However, it was in the opposite direction, a psi missing effect. Overwhelmingly, the participants tended to rank the target clip as the least like their specific mentation. Now, there may have been some order effects because they all did the LSD condition second. However, more interestingly, there were some personality covariates of this, quite strong ones, in fact, for such a small sample, in that those scoring higher scores tended to correlate with low neuroticism, higher extroversion, and higher openness to experience. It just so happens that my scientists were all quite neurotic, introverted, and not very open to experience. So probably not the best target sample for this. They were all top-level scientists, the participants themselves. But we do find that in, meta-analyses of psychological covariates of psi, that openness to experience and extroversion have been noted. So that, is in keeping with previous research. Finally, for my last experiment, I decided not to use scientists as participants. We had a group of hardened psychonauts who are all very much used to taking psychedelics. And this time was part of a DMT study, dimethyltryptamine, a very potent, short-acting psychedelic, lasts about 10 minutes. In this particular study, actually, that's those results. I've got 20 participants in this later level of the study, and the results were a bit more impressive. We found that when we did a paired samples test, they either had a test on DMT or not on DMT, and the order was varied. So they either did the non-DMT version one before or after their DMT experience. And we found that this was significant when comparing across the groups. However, I was delighted with that initially, but when we look at the scores, we find that the participants reliably scored above chance on DMT, but below chance when they were not on DMT. So they were scoring in the opposite direction. Now, had it been due to the DMT alone, we would probably expect just at chance scoring when they weren't on DMT. And so this leads me to suspect this is probably some kind of social facilitation effect, that they are trying to please the experimenter by utilizing their unconscious psi to get good results. So that, and combined with the study with the LSD, where participants, it turns out these top-level scientists primarily were not believers in psi, or but one of them expressed any kind of belief in the possibility of psi. So there were psi non-believers. And this leads me to think that psychedelics may be a good leverage for enhancing psi, but they do so by playing into prior beliefs and expectations and allowing the participant to believe that the impossible is suddenly possible, or at least that's my current working hypotheses. I think that's my 15 minutes up. Thank you for your attention. You can find details of most of that research, or some of that research at least, in my book, Psychedelics: An Exceptional Human Experience. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and congratulations on your new position.
Thank you very much.
So interesting to speak about who should be the optimal participants of these experiences, and also somewhat funny to realize that maybe scientists are not the best pools of people to try these. I also like your story about was it the shaman not wanting our tools there, which speaks about different worlds and how we may try to have some overlap when we study these things. And congratulations for being the experimenter and the experiencer at the same time. I suppose to experience it yourself first and also to convince yourself first. And sure, the expectations, whether you believe this is possible or you believe it's not possible, matter. And so it's even more complex than some people think how we should study this, because this idea of that the experimenter is not there, or that the participant can be somewhat abstracted. Well, it's quite the contrary, which makes things more difficult, as we can see, but maybe more fascinating. Thank you, David. All right, next we have Jeffrey Mishlove. I'll add you to Spotlight. And
there I am.
The floor is yours, Jeffrey. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Okay, well, a pleasure to be with you, Alex, and a pleasure to see so many friends in the parapsychology community here. This is a lovely event. I'm particularly happy to see Ed Kelly, because it reminded me that when I attended my first Parapsychology Association conference in 1973 at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, I have a very vivid memory of riding on a bus on a visit to Monticello, sitting right behind Ed and his then wife, and we had a lovely conversation that is still in my mind about how much you admired the work of Ian Stevenson, as a matter of fact. And so I'm delighted to have a chance to see you here, Ed. I have wanted to get you on the new Thinking Aloud channel. I hope someday we can still do that. In psychology, there are two basic approaches to research that are known as idiographic or nomothetic. Nomothetic research is the dominant style, and it involves doing tests with groups of people to try and find significant differences between groups in order to test hypotheses. Idiographic research involves detailed studies of a single person. And in my career, after obtaining a doctoral degree in parapsychology at Berkeley that I designed myself through an individual interdisciplinary program, I spent the next 11 years studying a single individual and wrote about him in a book called The PK Man. One of the things about idiographic research that I have found, and it's true in my own life, certainly, is that psi events can be life-changing. They can turn a person's life around completely. So when I was in 1972, roughly a year before I met Ed at the Parapsychology Conference, a year and a half before, I had a powerful dream, the most powerful dream of my life. If you had known me back then, you would have seen a graduate student in criminology, not parapsychology. I was doing work at San Quentin Prison in California, volunteering in the psychiatric unit and running group therapy sessions with murderers and rapists when this dream occurred. And it was at about 7:30 in the morning on a Sunday, and my great uncle Harry came and appeared to me. We had a lengthy conversation. When I awakened from the dream, I was a different person. I was crying tears of joy and singing at the same time one of the most sacred songs in my religious tradition of Judaism. And at that moment, I resolved that I had to change. I could no longer spend the rest of my life focusing on the negative side of human deviance, crime, and mental illness. I realized I had to change. I had to focus on, to me, what I identified as the positive side of human deviance, meaning mysticism, psychic functioning, intuition, and creativity. Of course, there were very few opportunities to do that in a university. I soon learned. I was at Berkeley, one of the world's great universities, but they just didn't have programs of the sort that I wanted. I struggled with that, and it seemed as if I was being guided by dreams, because eventually I developed the wherewithal to create my own individual doctoral major. And ever since then, I've wanted to provide the same opportunity for other people, which meant for me defining parapsychology a bit differently than as merely a branch of experimental psychology, but rather looking at parapsychology as part of a tradition that included ancient shamanism and yoga and other historical practices involving the cultivation of psi abilities. Now, only recently, this year, I have partnered with the California Institute for Human Science to establish graduate degree programs, both a master's degree and a doctoral degree, fully accredited, with specializations in parapsychology. And I think the California Institute for Human Science is a good home for this kind of program, because their vision is similar to the one I developed when I created my own individual degree at Berkeley. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this unusual college was founded. It was founded by a Japanese scientist named Hiroshi Motoyama, who was very interested in ESP.
You recognize his voice?
Yeah. Who also corresponded with J.B. Rhine at the time and did ESP experiments with Rhine's assistance. Motoyama, though, was also a Shinto priest of sort of an obscure Shinto sect in Japan that, and here's where I'm a little confused, it's said that it was founded by his mother, but it's not clear to me whether it was his biological mother or what they called his spiritual mother. Nevertheless, here is another amazing story, an ideographic story of how an individual's life can be totally turned around by a psi experience. And I've collected a number of these stories. In this case, this woman was very depressed and about to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. And in fact, she did. She jumped off the cliff. And a gust of wind came and blew her back onto the cliff, the ground. She was saved by a gust of wind, and you can imagine the impact that must have had on her. It was then that she founded this Shinto sect, which attracted, it's a small sect, but it attracted many wealthy, powerful people in Japan. And then Dr. Hiroshi Motoyama, her son, became the high priest of the sect, and he decided, I am going to create a new kind of educational program. And they bought real estate in California. He came to the United States, opened this college. They started out, I think, with only 2 or 3 students. But Motoyama's approach was one of integrating yoga and other spiritual traditions with science. He developed a device that measured the electrical currents in each of the fingertips associated with the various acupuncture meridians, and did a lot of very interesting research on acupuncture meridians and on the chakras. He developed a device, I understand, very early on that could measure single photons being emitted from the human body, and showed that in the particular locations where historically, traditionally, chakras are said to be located along the central spinal column, how can I put it? There were more photons being emitted at those particular locations. So CIHS is a school very open to what we now call transpersonal psychology, to the many spiritual traditions. In fact, they have, I think, probably the only program in the world that I'm aware of dealing with the question of UFOs and non-human intelligence, and offering fully accredited graduate degrees in those areas. That is their noetic track, which is a little different. The parapsychology specialization is located in the psychology department, which is transpersonal and positive psychology, and is very holistic in its orientation. So I'm mentioning all of these things because some of you may be interested in getting a parapsychological education. And this, I know there are many opportunities, particularly in Europe, but this is a unique opportunity just opening up in the United States. And I want to make sure that people know about it, especially for those of you who are more oriented toward the transpersonal or the spiritual side of things. Let me give you a few more examples of individuals whose lives were totally turned around by having had a psi experience. One such person is a well-known philosopher. I studied his work as an undergraduate, A.J. Ayer, one of the leading philosophical figures in the logical positivist movement. And he was British, but he was also famous for being an atheist until he had his own near-death experience, turned him around, and he said, I can no longer be an atheist after having had that experience. It was a very prominent conversion. Another case, like, well, many of these cases occur to people who are not atheists, people who are open-minded, like myself. When I had this powerful dream of my Uncle Harry, I was already predisposed to thinking about transpersonal mysticism and psychic functioning. I'd already done a lot of study in that area, but I wasn't ready to devote my whole life to having a career in that field. That was a huge jump. So there are several examples of that sort. One of them that I like to cite was very prominent in the 1960s, Bishop James Pike, who was the bishop of the Episcopal Church in California. And Bishop Pike's son committed suicide. And so he sought solace. And he was in England at the time, where the English Episcopalians were very close to the English spiritualists. And he was guided to a medium, and he felt he had a very lengthy 2-hour conversation with his son through the help of this medium, and also through a man who had recently died, who was his spiritual advisor, the theologian Paul Tillich. And he was so moved by these experiences, he resigned his position as bishop in order to devote himself more to a deeper study of spirituality. He wanted to understand the origins of the Christian religion, and also to explore more the question of life after death. I think I have time for one more quick story, which is the case of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. She was known as a person who defined the 5 stages of grieving. And Time magazine once listed her as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. So her work rose to great prominence, but earlier in her career, she was very disheartened. She felt that her workshops weren't going well. She was getting ready to resign and leave this work completely. She, incidentally, along with Raymond Moody, were the first people to write about the near-death experience. And she's standing by an elevator in the University of Chicago, and is getting ready to tell the supervisor who is standing next to her that she's about to resign, when a woman walks up to her and says, "Can I walk with you to your office?" And as they're walking, she didn't resign. She recognizes that woman as Mrs. Schwartz. Mrs. Schwartz was the woman who first introduced her to the concept of the near-death experience, but Mrs. Schwartz had died. And here she was, fully physical, walking next to Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. And as they get to the office, Mrs. Schwartz says to Kubler-Ross, "Promise me you will not leave this work." And Kubler-Ross says, "I will make you that promise under one condition. Will you write a little note for me saying that we have made this agreement, that I will promise, and sign it?" Mrs. Schwartz did that. She walked out of Kubler-Ross's office. Kubler-Ross was stunned, but she had a written note from this woman who was presumably deceased. She stepped to the office door to look down the hallway and see if Mrs. Schwartz was there, but there was no one there. And that, of course, led to Kubler-Ross's brilliant career. Well, I think my time is up, so I'll stop here. It's wonderful to be with all of you. Thank you very much.
Jeff, we were with you. You didn't have to end so abruptly. That's been truly lovely. And let me tell you that together with Ed, you're a living history, walking living history of this field, and also a very kind man and a pioneer in your research, plus the education, plus the outreach with Thinking Aloud and New Thinking Aloud. Thank you for reminding us that sometimes one experience can convert a person as opposed to 1,000 reasons. And also thank you for emphasizing here the ideographic research, where it pays off to study one person when they're kind of an embodied anomaly that can crack the walls of the system. And by the way, in orthodox science, this happens too. We have the HM patient in neuroscience, and just gave us a completely new understanding. And I see here in the audience, Annika and Tristan are there. I have also my beloved Vicente, the blind man, with whom I've seen amazing things. Last week, I was in Utah in the Vibra Vision course, and I met Mas Dave, who's another walking miracle. So totally, there are incredible people out there, and we can learn so much, both scientifically, but also it can change their own lives when things happen to us, like when our filter breaks and the light gets in. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much. All right, so next we have James Spottiswoode. So good that you're here. You need to unmute yourself. Thank you so much for making it. And also thank you for hosting in the way you know this amazing community that we are celebrating here tonight, James. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for hosting this thing. It's very interesting and a lot of people, and it's a good format, I think, for sort of spreading ideas. So congratulations on thinking it up and executing it. So a little background for anybody who doesn't know me. Initial work was in general relativity. I was doing a PhD in it, which I never finished. I went off and started a computer company. I've always been fascinated by the mind-body problem. That sort of goes back to memories from 5, 6 years old. When I was in my teens, I was in Freudian analysis for 5 years, and then subsequently got a very deep interest in Jung. So the idea of paranormal events as synchronistic in the sense that Jung meant it seemed to me to be in accord with my own experience, I would say. And I had a couple of very extraordinary experiences in my 20s, which I'm not going to go into in detail, but which combined large-scale synchronicities, which several people witnessed, and it was a very formative experience. It led me to believe that maybe there was something in this stuff. But from a very early age, it was clear to me that there was an extreme tension between the extraordinary amount that we've managed to understand about the physical world, now a vast range of scales, and the life of the mind, which there seemed to be no way that you could incorporate the two into one consistent model of things. So with that background, I attended the 100th anniversary of the SPR, the Society for Psychical Research, and the 25th anniversary, which coincided at Trinity College. The debate about the Gansfeld, Chuck Honiton, and others, this has already been mentioned in this discussion, occurred there. It was quite a historic event. I read the last 10 years of the literature in the field before going to it, thinking it would be the right thing to do. Anyway, long story short, I was very interested. I ended up consulting to SRI for the best part of a decade, and this was during the time that Ed May and Russ Targ and others were doing both classified work, which I had no access to, not having any security clearance, but also a lot of experimental work. And the mandate on the program was essentially, does this thing exist? How does it work? And can we do anything useful with it? And it's become most known, I guess, for it doing something useful with it in terms of intelligence for the intelligence community that were funding it. But it also did a lot of fundamental work on attempting to answer how it worked. And out of that came something called decision augmentation theory, which I think it's a bit of a misnomer to call it a theory. It's really an observation. It's a phenomenological, which basically says that psychokinesis, at least in the micro sense of people hitting buttons on a computer and trying to generate more ones and zeros, this has been mentioned already, that is nothing to do with forcing the world to go into a particular state, but rather is a form of precognition where we're able to sense that the upcoming bit stream favors the hypothesis and we hit the button at the right time and get statistics which show that we're biasing the sample. So it's a sampling process. And that's, although there's still arguments about whether DAT is a correct description of the micro PK stuff, I have to say that's colored my view of this whole thing. So I was at SRI for about 10 years. The projects then moved to Science Applications International, SAIC, and it continued there, and then went on to Ed May's private lab, and we continued to work on things to do with remote viewing, and then latterly with pre-stimulus response, the physiological measures that were mentioned earlier today, that occur before stimuli are presented to a subject. The canonical experiment is you hit somebody with a very arousing image or a loud sound. you get a post-stimulus response of the physiology. There's an increase in heart rate and skin conductance. The question is there a little response prior to the stimulus? And there's good evidence that there is. So I now work as a consultant physicist and applied mathematician. I'm also a distinguished scholar at the California Institute of Human Studies, which Jeffrey just mentioned. So that's kind of my background in the whole thing. I covered it still with the same point of view, that there's an extreme tension between the world we see through physics and the world we see through parapsychology and the mind-body problem. My overpowering interest is to figure out how that works. So I'm basically, at least in the last 20 years of my life, accepted the reality that there is such a thing as psi, at least in terms of information transfer, as we see in remote viewing and forced choice of similar ESP experiments and in RNG experiments as well. I don't necessarily think this model can explain massive macro PK or modifying the weather, or and if those events really do occur, then the theory needs to be, I haven't got a theory, but the direction I'm trying to analyze this in, that would have to be enlarged, because that's a lot of energy to do such things if you're actually manipulating the physical reality. And there is the problem as well that the physics that we know is all causally closed. So there doesn't seem to be any entry point for some other causation into the processes that physics describes, which are essentially everything we see around us. So for the rest of this talk, I'm not going to sort of discuss whether I think psi exists, because I think it does. And one of the things I would point out is that parapsychology as a field is, I think, pretty much unique in one sense, which is that it spent probably 99% of its efforts doing the same thing over and over again, finding some different organization of people or targets or systems of various kinds, which appear to correlate in their behavior with mental events and tensions. And no other field does that. I mean, it's partly because we've been on the defensive. People, proponents of the reality of this thing, have been on the defensive against the mainstream scientific community, which by and large relegates these things to fantasies or mistakes or, at worst, fraud, experimental fraud. So it's understandable. On the other hand, I think that we're not going to make any progress if we just keep on spinning the same wheel and saying, yeah, because in this new system, we can do it with photons and interferometry, we can do it with RNGs, we can do it with xenocards or random pictures of places or the numerous paradigms. And I've been looking at this field for 40 years. This is a pattern. We're doing this over and over again. It seems to me that what's really interesting is particularly precognition. How does that work? How could it possibly work? And you can, in fact, make an argument that much of the research can be explained by precognition. I mean, remote viewing, which might appear to be sort of clairvoyance or looking at a distant thing, it could also be observation of the actual feedback if the participant gets that, so which normally they do. So precognition may be the fundamental phenomenon here. And certainly the micro PK thing I discussed with decision augmentation theory, that can be explained by precognition. So, and another point I would make while I'm on that particular hobby horse is that a protocol of any kind, which is precognitive, where the decision as to what the target event or whatever it is taken after the data has been collected from the person, and provided that RNG is a real one, it's a quantum RNG, which we, as far as we know, is inherently unpredictable, then such an experiment not only immediately makes a case for precognition and retrocausality, if you look at it like that, but also removes all of the problems of securing protocols from people cheating or being prompted, and even unconsciously prompted. And we know lots of stuff now from conventional psychology about cognitive biases, which can be manipulated. So all of those problems disappear in a precognition protocol. So what's been done on the theory aspect? Well, I mean, I'm having to summarize a ton of research rather quickly here, but several people have gone after, if you like, the fundamental theories of what we know about how the physical world works, of which are really now two, general relativity and quantum field theory, and have said maybe we can do something to those to allow for these kind of events to happen. And in the case of general relativity, GR, Elizabeth Rauscher in the 60s and 70s, who was a relativist, said, well, maybe we can imagine that the metric which describes the geometry of space-time, maybe instead of being 10 real numbers, it's 10 complex numbers. So we've now got an extra degree of freedom on each one. So we've got 10 new degrees of freedom. And she made the point that if that was what was actually going on, and if you could somehow manipulate these imaginary components, you could make the space-time interval between any two events 0. In other words, if you're precognizing something on Mars, and if you're able to change the metric in that way and do something to these imaginary components, you can make the distance in time and space between you and the event on Mars 0. So it's happening right in your consciousness. So not surprisingly, you can describe it, imagining a remote viewing protocol there. So the trouble with doing that, of course, is that if you start allowing those new degrees of freedom, and they're not all 0, in which case they're all 0, you just get general relativity back, all sorts of other things ought to happen, which don't. So doing any kind of radical surgery to a theory like that, which is very rigid and very tight and doesn't have any loose ends in it, means that the theory will predict tons and tons of things which simply aren't observed. So I think that's basically a killer argument for it. The other theory, which is now very fashionable as a sort of basis for an explanation of psi, of course, is quantum mechanics, which has all the woo-woo of entanglement and strangeness and spooky action and a distance, as Einstein unfortunately put it. That looks like a prime target as well for envisioning how, say, a remote viewing protocol might work, or a precognitive remote viewing protocol. However, there are some problems, and the proponents of these theories never mention the problems. First of all, when they're envisioning some kind of entangled state between the state of the brain of the person who's the participant and the state of whatever system it is that is being used as the target, or the random number generator. So what I think is not often appreciated is that in quantum mechanics, everything is entangled with everything. When people talk about entangled pairs of particles, what they really mean is that they've managed to disentangle them from the environment and only entangle them with themselves, which is very difficult to do, and usually involves low temperatures and isolation of all sorts of kinds to keep extraneous external fields from interfering with them. So those theories about quantum mechanics being the basis of this have a number of major problems. First of all, supposing somebody is doing a remote viewing experiment and the RNG is there in Princeton and I'm describing the target, how does my brain get entangled with an RNG on the other side of the country, first of all? Secondly, how does that entanglement survive for the duration of the experiment, maybe an hour or two? Thirdly, quantum mechanics comes along with its own non-signaling theorems and says there's no way you can send a message from one side of an entangled pair to the other one. It doesn't work like that. And of course, the fourth problem is that if you're looking at a precognitive protocol, the physics we currently have does not allow for retrocausality. So there are 4 big problems with the quantum mechanical explanation. So I always thought this is the wrong way to go about it, that trying to adjust some very sophisticated and highly accurate and highly tested theories to tweak them in such a way as to allow for the phenomena we observe may not be the way to go about it. And in fact, it's not the way that science has normally proceeded in trying to explain a new phenomenon. A very neat little example, you go back to the 17th century, people were putting gases in cylinders with pistons and compressing the gases and measuring the pressure of the gas and the volume that it took and its temperature. And people like Boyle produced Boyle's law, which said the pressure is inversely proportional to the volume, PV is a constant. And later people put temperature in there as well. So we had PV equals RT, the perfect gas law. And from that arose the idea of the atomic or molecular theory of gases, which, if you imagine gases as little balls bouncing off each other, that gives you that same formula, and that became statistical mechanics. And now we're looking at it. We can actually see the atoms in the gas bouncing around. So these things have normally progressed from gross phenomenological level observations, level regularity, like PV as a constant, pressure times volume as a constant in a piston and cylinder, and from there have generalized and discovered the underlying mechanisms that gave rise to that phenomenological level observation. So I think we've got to go in the same route to have a handle or a hope of finding a handle on explaining psi, which leads one inevitably to the observation that, let us for the moment leave aside untestable things. First of all, we've made all the progress in physics we have because we've demanded testability and falsifiability on every hypothesis we consider. And essentially, we made no progress in understanding the world until 300 or 400 years ago when this idea came along. So I reject out of hand any metaphysics. I don't think it has any purpose for us at all. Let's stick to a scientific method that has obviously worked gangbusters. Now, what does that mean in terms of hypotheses for psi? Well, the first thing to be said is that it definitely is not completely non-physical. Our only knowledge of psi is through physical events, like participants draw something, or they say something, or they press a button at a particular time, or whatever. There's some physical event that originates in a participant, in a person. So whatever this thing is, it must couple into physics that we currently know. Things happen, molecules change, neurons fire, we do things. So it seems a sensible thing to do is to start looking for where that interaction happens and how it happens. And some of the work that's been done on neurophysiology, and it was mentioned earlier, neurophysiological measurements during psi, are attempts to get perhaps at the receptor in the brain that's responsible for this. There are other ways of looking at it, which is to ask, are there any physical parameters of the environment that the participant is in that modulate their ability to do this? And there's been weak but persistent evidence that the level, and particularly the level of disturbance of the magnetic field that people are sitting in labs or when they do these experiments, has a modulating effect. I found that there may be a relationship between the sidereal, local sidereal time at which the experiment is done. I'm not convinced that it is sidereal time because that's a combination of time of day and time of year, and it's all sorts of confounding effects could produce that, but it's worth investigating further. And there may be other variables we can measure in the environment that may give us a clue as to the medium, or whatever you want to call it, the transport mechanism for the information that we see in these experiments. So concluding thought is it would be great to hear more about people looking hard now for the minimal extension to physics that we have that would give us some, at least, of the psi things that we observe. And that way we keep our knowledge of the physical world's underlying laws. That's not perfect, of course. They're all approximations, these theories, presumably, but they're very good. And to throw them away into a form of idealism where you now have to explain all of those anew seems to me a backward step. So I think we should look for the least possible extension to the physics we know, which would give us the results that we see. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, James. Thank you so much. You've been doing this longer than I have been around, so I always listen to you with great care. Also coming from physics and discussing this question as to what room does physics, as we know it today, leave for this. And sometimes we love to bet it on quantum or on relativity, but maybe that's not the entry point. So I appreciate it. You suggest we go back kind of to the drawing board and say, let's find for the physical handle to these apparently non-physical phenomena.
Open to suggestions, Alex, right?
And also thank you for mentioning the fact that these precognitive quantum protocols immediately get rid of a lot of pain, a lot of experimental pain in the controls. Yes. And your sociological remark on the defensiveness of the field is also worth pondering, whether we would be doing things differently if we weren't using a substantial percentage of our energy and attention to defend ourselves, justify ourselves, not feel we're stupid doing what we're doing and so on, and maybe using it in a more bold way. So
I totally agree with you. Much of our energy has been spent fending off pseudo critics in many cases.
yeah, wonderful.
A waste of time.
Thank you so much, James, for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Right. So we had Julia Mossbridge was gonna come, but she had an emergency. Hopefully we'll get a recording from her. So now we'll move to Roger Nelson. Spotlight you.
I was supposed to go at 3 o'clock, Alex.
Sorry?
I don't understand. Excuse me, Roger, I'm sorry.
So we have two more people to go, three more people, Roger, Stefan Schwartz, and George Williams, and then we'll be done for this lovely marathon. All right, Roger, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Well, thank you, Alex, for putting this together. It's quite a wonderful occasion, and I, like some others, very much appreciate seeing old friends and newer friends as well. So I'm Roger Nelson, the founder and director of what's called the Global Consciousness Project. That was formed partly from the experience of working in the Pear Lab. I'll talk a little bit about that, but it's also influenced by having read some 30 years before the application became possible, Teilhard de Chardin's book, The Phenomenon of Man, in which he talked about evolution and said, we're not finished yet. There's still another stage. And it's somewhere along the way, I became interested in trying to capture evidence that that next phase might already be in a very inchoate, a kind of embryonic form, might be out there and possibly detectable using the technology that we had developed in what's called psi research. I worked at the Pear Lab, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research, from 1980 to 2002, coordinating the research, which is about correlations mostly. The first thing we had to do was develop instrumentation that we thought was reliable, and random number generators, or REGs, or random event generators, as we termed them, became a very important part of the armament. We asked people to change the output of such devices to try to produce high numbers, meaning higher than their average output, or low numbers on demand, and to also sit there while the machine behaved the way it normally would. We call that a baseline. So we had a 3-part protocol, which seemed a very good idea. I think it was. We found highly significant results indicating that people can actually influence the output of random number generators. About early 1990s, I was able to get everything miniaturized enough so that I could go into the field and do what we termed field research on consciousness fields, double entendre intended. And here's a couple of examples. I went with a group to Devil's Tower in Wyoming. It's a natural monument, the remains of a volcano, with a shaman who did rituals there. And during the ritual, which was about 20 minutes long, the trace in that left-hand graph was produced. It's very striking, highly significant, because what's expected for data like this in this kind of presentation is a level trend, a wandering trace, but with no trend, either up or down. Similarly, went to Egypt with a group of people interested in the ancient religion, and did rituals in a way, chanting and meditation, at least, in many of the sacred places that we could find in the temples and in the sacred places inside the Great Pyramid, for example. I don't have much time for detail, but this field research inspired further questions. What if we had more than one random number generator? What if we had a whole lot of them in a network? And what if we were looking at a larger group, like group consciousness on a global scale? So Princess Diana's funeral in 1997 provided a kind of prototype opportunity. I asked all my friends and colleagues who use these devices to please take data. They sent it to me, and I put it all together and produced a 1 in 100 odds trace that's in red here. Remember, there should be a level wandering trace for data like this. So the prototypes encouraged us to go ahead and build a network that would extend around the world. We didn't expect to be able to cover it with mathematical precision. In other words, we used the opportunities that we had and produced a network that grew to about 75 when it was maximum in size. I'll give one or two examples of the kind of events that we looked at in the formal experiment. Our hypothesis was that the data from this network of random number generators, which is continuously producing quantum-based random numbers, that we expected that data might change when there was a major global event that attracted attention all over the world. So the 9/11 terrorist attacks were certainly such an event. And the graph on the left shows 9 days surrounding September 11th. And you can see that at the beginning of that period of time, there's a sort of level wandering trace up and down, but no trend. But that changes radically close to September 11th. And the change from normal random behavior persists for about 3 days and then finally reverts to the expected behavior of this sort of random data. After 17 years, we accumulated the planned 500 events, each testing this general hypothesis. 500 rigorously defined events, where that means we specify the time of the beginning and the end of the event, and this is without looking at any data, and then extract the data that correspond. And this is a cumulative deviation. Again, this should have a level trend, and you can see in a gray cloud what random data look like in this kind of presentation. It's very obvious that this is a different animal altogether. The red trace has an ultimate z-score of 7.3. In other words, it's 7 sigma, good enough for government work, as they say. And the probability against chance is something, their odds against chance is about 3 trillion to 1. And that strong result provides a background in which it's possible to have a look at other kinds of things. So we did a lot of local kinds of things, but because the database was always publicly available, other people also chose to look at these data to see for themselves how it worked and whether there was any there. This is a graph created by Ulf Holmberg, an economist who lives in Stockholm, Sweden. He decided to try to create a z-index, which is just a z-score representing each day's behavior in the whole network. irrespective of the events that we were interested in the formal experiment. And he said he wanted to put this Z index into his computational models for predicting market trends, and ultimately also did a simulation in which he was able to determine that adding this Z index information to his models increased their viability or productivity by something like 13%. Nobody, so far as I know, has yet tried to make any money with it, but the indication or the suggestion is that at least if you're patient and you do your work properly, you should be able to make a little extra money just by using the publicly available GCP data. Here's another analysis Ulf did. He looked at Google search, I think, and created an index, which he's plotted here as the dotted line, to compare with an average Z-score data line from the GCP scores. And you can see that the details are very different, but the general trends here are matched pretty well. And that, by calculation, actually is a significant correlation. Another person who's dived into the data in a number of times and with different kinds of tools is Dean Radin. This is a picture of the results of his multi-scale entropy analysis, and the curve shows a lot of data, but it's necessary to magnify it, as is done in the inset in the upper right, so that you can see the difference between the original data and the controls that he created by scrambling the original data or by using pseudo-random data. It's a highly significant difference. And basically it says, what this says is that distributed throughout this 20+ year database, there is some extra negative entropy or neg entropy. In other words, there's some structure that shouldn't be there in this random data created by human consciousness, or at least it's correlated with human consciousness. Here's a very specific recent analysis Dean did where he took all the New Year's Eve midnight transitions over 26 years and created a composite that is shown in white against a background of all 365 days in the black cloud. Very strong and clear difference from expected random behavior, with a minimum that's pretty close to midnight, so maybe a minute and a half or 2 minutes before midnight. So I began to think about other ways, another perspective for looking at the data, not just the cumulative deviation. This is on the left, the figure shows cumulative correlation or cumulative deviation over all of the 500 formal events. And in the right-hand branch is that same data deconvolved to work with the raw data, now treated as if it were very noisy data from perhaps something like a brain EEG measure. In other words, I use the technology or techniques of brain EEG testing to see what the data would look like if you start with the raw data and treat it as if it were data from a brain. The left-hand figure is an evoked response from a human brain stimulus, and the right-hand figure is this, what we might think of as the GCP data stimulated by events in the world. I'll show it. This picture will give you a little easier look at the data from, in this case, all significant 6-hour-long events. And I picked that subset because they're the most likely, I think we could argue, to be showing some sort of activity in the data because they have achieved significance by our normal criteria. The raw data for that's in the upper right, and in the lower left is a first level of smoothing. You can begin to see a pattern, but with additional smoothing, that pattern begins to look very much like the evoked response potential that we see in brain research. So what's next? The future for this program is it's well underway. We have a program now called GCP 2.0. It's created by a team that includes people from the original GCP, from the Institute of Noetic Sciences, from HeartMath Institute, and independent people as well. The aspiration is to have 1,000 nodes in a network where each node has a multi-RNG, a four RNG device. And we also intend to be looking at things like social measures of something like sentiment, looking at potential correlations with meditations that have a heart focus. We'll also look at physical variables, electromagnetic, and more. The website for the GCP 2.0 is gcp2.net for anybody who's interested in having a little better look. I want to end with a quote from eminently quotable Teilhard de Chardin. Someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love, and then, for a second time in the history of man, man will have discovered fire. And thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you so much. And thank you for ending with this quote. I think you've made an indelible contribution to the field with this project, and I'm so glad that Global Consciousness Project 2 is continuing, and I'm honored to also be part of this. And also thank you for showing us that the effect is there, no matter how you analyze it. And there are many ways in which one can analyze those effects. And it's a subtle art. It's a difficult art of finding deviations in randomness, in true randomness. So let's hope more people can jump on these and help us push it forward. Yeah. All right. So can you unshare your screen? Yeah, here we go. All right. Thank you, Roger. All right. So next we have Stefan Schwartz. I thank everyone so far because we've been already 4 hours into the event and we're only 15 minutes behind the schedule. I'm sorry, Stefan, if there was some miscommunication as to the time you were supposed to present. I'm glad that you're still here. Thank you very much for coming and joining us tonight.
Not a problem. Okay. Well, my name is Stefan Schwartz, and I want to talk about something very specific. As you can see, listening to people all day today, most of parapsychology starts out on the premise of, can we prove that this is real? And that didn't interest me because when I got involved in 1968, I had spent 5 years reading the Edgar Cayce readings, which is the largest body of remote viewing information that's ever been recorded. And I had previously also at the university studied classical oracles and had read what is now, I realize, the first remote viewing actually objectively verified, which was in the 46th chapter of Herodotus. And I realized that people have been accessing what I would call non-local information for thousands of years. So when I got started, what I wanted to know was, how did it work? And could you do anything of practical utility with it? And I'm going to share my screen in a second. And I decided that if I was going to do this and put time into it, I'm one of the people that created modern remote viewing. Actually, there wasn't anybody. I started in '68. SRI didn't even exist yet when I began putting this protocol together. But I wanted to do something that was so unimpeachably rigorous that it couldn't be attacked. Because as you know, most parapsychological research gets attacked. So I went around to physicists all over the country, talking to people. I talked to 2 Nobel laureates, Richard Feynman and Murray Gell-Mann. And I said to them, if I do what I'm about to explain to you, can you tell me how it could have been faked, or what the flaws are? And first of all, they didn't believe it was possible. And second of all, they said, well, if you really could do that, no, we can't. And so all of my research is triple blind precognitive that is objectively verified. So let me share my screen and share with you a specific experiment. You can go to my website, stephanieschwartz.com, and you can actually see movies, because I make movies of these things too. But I'll just lay it out very quickly. So this is what I decided to do. I came out of an anthropological background, and at that time, what was really being debated was where to look in archaeology. And so that seemed to me to be a perfect approach, because everybody could agree no one knew where the thing was. And if somebody could describe the location, and not only that, but describe in great detail what would be found at the location, and everything was precognized, so in a way that could be objectively verified. So let me go through this quickly. This is the location of the brig Leander. Now, as I said, you can go to my website and see movies of others, but this is the brig Leander. First of all, my view, because I had been very impacted by Max Planck's interview in 1931 by the Observer newspaper, in which he said, when they asked him, what do you know? You and Einstein are the 2 most famous scientists in the world. What do you know? And his answer was, what I know is that consciousness is causal and fundamental. Space-time arises from consciousness, not consciousness from space-time. And that Einstein, when asked, did he agree with Planck, said, I do. It's because what we call reality is an optical delusion. Not an illusion, but delusion. So in any case, there are 3 variables that I decided that you could do. You could strengthen the information. You could improve the sensor, that is the viewer. I saw it principally as a kind of engineering problem. You could use multiple sensors to do consensus and low a priori analysis. So to improve the richness, you could use more numinous targets. And I thought in archaeology, either very famous sites, I found Cleopatra's Palace, Mark Antony's Palace, the Lighthouse of Pharos, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. But when I thought of this, what I thought is we have an information phenomena, and that things which have been the focus, the target of much focus, will be easier to see than things which nobody ever paid any attention to. And I determined that that was true because I did remote viewing studies in which one target was Schwartz Cathedral and the other was a French warehouse of the same physical size. and people uniformly could see the cathedral better. I could improve the sensor, that is, I could do the interview better. I could do it in a way that they were not experiencing other sensory stimulation, and I could eliminate analytical and sensory distractions and use multiple sensors. So this became known as the Mobius consensus protocol. I got the idea because I had been in government at a senior level and had held a lot of clearances, and I knew that the intelligence work, just like journalism, when you want to find out what's going on, you ask multiple people, and what you're looking for is consensus and low a priori probability things. So this is the data gathering pre-fieldwork phase. This is Hella Hammett and myself a number of years ago. And you'll notice that she's looking at a map in which all
We
the
cannot
colors
hear
have
you
been
now. I
taken
think you
out.
froze, Stefan.
Yes, you can't hear me?
No, I can hear fine.
Can you
I
not
can
hear
hear.
me?
I can hear.
Yes, I can hear perfectly.
Okay. So you'll notice her map, the colors and the place names have all been removed. It's just, I make them into blueprints. And the question is, no matter how big the site is, here's an example of this, the Brig Leander. This is the search area. It was 1,500 square kilometers. We're looking for an area that's about the size of your garage, maybe a little smaller. Now what's happening? No? Okay. So I send out the master map, and I ask each individual gets a blank map, and then we bring them back and put them on a light table, and what we're looking for is consensus. And here's an example where you can see each mark represents one viewer, and where they overlap, you have a consensus zone. And you pick the consensus zone which has the most detail to it. And this is an example of that earlier map. So, wait a minute. Oh. And you get them to draw and describe the things in detail that they're going to find there. And here's what it looks like. The R means respondent. That's what I call the viewers. And so in this case, on that particular site, you see lots of wood stacked like logs, not so many layers. I see a ship, big wooden structure, big wood like railroad ties, that sort of thing. And you notice the consensus agreement of what it is they're describing. There's lots of wood, and then we break this down. Each concept we evaluate. So if you take a sentence where there's lots of wood stacked like logs, that's going to be 5 concepts. And then you go to the next one. And so in that way, you get very, very refined agreements, consensus, and you notice low a priori probability. Here's an example, that it's a ship. That the ship is a sailing vessel. It's a big wooden structure. That it's made out of wood, and there's lots of wood, and it's stacked up like railroad ties. And that this is a wooden, so you develop a set of hypotheses that are going to guide your field work. And you can see there a list of the sort of things that they would describe. Then you take all of that information and you notarize it and you turn it over to an independent third person. And in that way, you establish a completely unimpeachable chronology. So then you go to the field work. Here's my ship, the research vessel Seaview. Prior to carrying out the field work, we do the second phase of this. And that is I do an electronic survey done by independent experts of the area that has been picked by the remote viewing to see if it would be possible for someone using any kind of electronic surveillance to locate the same thing that the independent remote viewers have described, whose location was previously unknown. So in this case, I used Lamont Geologic Laboratory, and here they are getting ready to go out and do their electronic survey. The Seaview's magnetometer never produced a reading that would have predicted the presence of the ship. And this is true, by the way, I've done about 16 of these things. I have never been able to locate the site using electronic survey. So even though this was done very meticulously, it didn't turn up. The magnetometer or the side scan sonar produced nothing. And here actually is the site as it was originally located by us. And you can see why nobody could find it. People have been looking for this ship for over a century. They didn't know where it was. They knew the ship, but they didn't know where it went down. And here's what it looked like. And as you can see, there's nothing. And it's about 2 or 3 feet under the sand. So we begin removing the sand. Here we are removing it. And you can already see the railroad ties that they described. I have independent archaeologists who, in this case, a man named Peter Throckmorton, who didn't believe a word of it, didn't think we could do this, didn't think it was possible, read all the material before we went to sea and said, I don't believe any of this. And yet, as he discovered, it was all correct. So when you look at the generic criticism, well, if you say it's a ship, then you expect to hear things like anchors and whatever, because ships all have anchors. But you're looking, because you get these thousands of little bitty details, you get specific things that you just couldn't predict, low a priori. So here's the ship, big wood pieces like railroad ties. There you can see them. That, by the way, was Michael Crichton, who was a famous author who was one of my remote viewers. And you get predictions like small glass bottles. And you never see small glass bottles. It would rarely survive. But they describe these little bottles about 2 inches wide, 2 inches long, filled with a red powder. And in fact, it was a doctor's medicine vial found in a little wooden chest about as big as a toaster. And they describe pewter, I don't know what kind, but it's corroded metal and all of that. That were found. These are the actual artifacts. So here, how accurate does this sack actually get? And the answer is it gets about, we typically see between 78 to 92% judged by independent experts who are given all of the data. These are other people not involved with me, and they evaluate every concept and they rate it as correct, partially correct, incorrect, can't be evaluated. Now, not being able to be evaluated doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means you can't evaluate it. I mean, for instance, if they said as the ship sank, the captain was thinking of his children, well, unless he made a record of it, there's no way you could ever know. But as you can see, when you deduct the can't be evaluated, you get this rating. So then, what about just the location of the ship itself? What's the probability of that? I mean, what kind of statistical analysis can you get? So there are 3 ways to determine it. There's the chance occurrence. They just happen to luck out. The location of the site only in reference to that consensus zone Z, that place that we picked, the location of the site in reference to the entire license area, the location of the site in reference to the entire Grand Bahama Banks. I had been asked by the Bahamian government to do a survey of the Grand Bahama Banks and to look for certain specific things. That's why we're doing this. So no matter which case you select, one begins by recognizing approximately 300 wrecks were known to have gone down, in not just in the license area, but across the entire Bahama Banks from 1500 to 1876, as determined by a thorough search of historical records and archival material in Britain, Spain, and US. I hired 3 archivists in those 3 countries to go through, because that's where all the shipping was, to go through everything and see if they could find something that was not presently known to the Bahamian government. So the most conservative and obviously artificial position, assume all 300 of those wrecks were within that one little consensus zone. The search area is, as you can see, a tiny fraction of the total search area. So the brig site is 5,000 square feet, which is, you can see the number, and it's within consensus zone Z. You could have put 65,000 sites of this size could have been placed in that consensus zone. In addition to the cells, and I got this idea originally from creating a grid with 144 squares and burying things in individual squares of this grid in my back garden that I laid out with yellow rope, and discovered that people could describe it no matter where I buried it. So the chances of this being discovered by chance are extremely small. And so the less conservative, more realistic analysis is that the wrecks would be evenly distributed throughout the entire license area, that we would expect to see 11.81, as you can see, 6.12 boats in consensus C zone. So the probability of finding this at random is P equals 0.00009, which means that the probability of someone in Los Angeles or another person in Italy or another person in Canada, as was the case, getting those maps and locating the location down to literally inches and describing in detail hundreds of concepts it's just improbable. And I have used this also in criminological cases and to find Queen Elizabeth's racehorse that was stolen, Shergar, and all sorts of things to locate where Saddam Hussein was hiding. So this is a practical application, not to prove that it exists, but to do something that was of practical utility. And as I say, you can go to my website, stephaneschwartz.com, and you can watch movies of the discovery of the Cleopatra and Mark Antony and the lighthouse, that sort of thing. Or you can see another shipwreck discovered off the coast of California. This information, or this research, by the way, also proved that what is going on is not electromagnetic in nature. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Like fascinating work, truly pioneering. Thank you so much, Stephen, for your patience and being towards the end and sharing all this truly pioneering work about remote viewing. All right.
Sure.
And finally, George Williams, last but really not least. I'm so happy you're here, and you'll be the closing speaker of tonight. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm so enjoyable to see all these faces. It's been a long time since I've seen many of these faces, and I'm seeing many for the first time. I work for the federal government, maybe not very much longer, given the crazy chaos that's unfolding. At the FCC, I'm an economist, and but I've carved a little. I've carved some time to pursue looking at Psi, and I particularly, the philosophy of Psi philosophy that Psi maybe implies. And so I want to talk about it, sort of some work I'm doing, which is sort of a theory. So anyway, what I want to talk about is sort of a theoretical framework that might be able to support the data that we think of as Psi. And what I'm hoping to do is sort of integrate this theory that actually is very influential in the field of consciousness, called integrated information theory. But I think it has some problems, but I think we can perhaps try to address those problems in a way that will basically be supportive of a sort of a different view that might support the Psi literature. So by integrated information theory is sort of a very influential theory. It's a very sort of mathematical formal theory that aims to explain consciousness through a kind of mathematical notion of integration. What I hope to do is try to sort of introduce sort of some quantum mechanics that will sort of provide some sort of more foundation for it. Okay, so integrated information theory was developed by Giulio Tonini and many of his colleagues to explain consciousness through a notion of integrated information. And IIT's framework begins with these sort of axioms that are actually rooted in phenomenology. And then it creates postulates that can be applied to physical systems. And they actually come up with a kind of formal measure of consciousness. And so basically at its core, the idea is that a system that is more than the sum of its parts has zero integrated information. So what do I mean by that is think of a brain and the neurons and all the different neurons and how they're connected with one another. And if there's if there's a very great degree of integration, so that we have maybe something like a holistic kind of system, then we have a very integrated system. And IIT's claim is that systems that have zero integrated information is conscious. And this seems to correspond with some of the basic findings in neuroanatomy, where you have highly integrated areas of the brain appear to be associated with consciousness. And I'm not really going to go into a lot of the different literature. I just want to kind of like summarize it. And I know, and again, I apologize, you can't see my slides, but I will try to, just go over it, each one. So the IIT's axioms include things like intrinsic existence, composition, differentiation, integration, exclusion. But maybe what I usually sort of think about it is is that when we're conscious, when we're experiencing consciousness, we see different things. We see colors, we hear noises. So there's definitely a differentiation of information, but there's also the sense that it's all integrated. That it's not like we're hearing something and it's just a completely different thing as we're seeing blue. We generally have a very rich experience that has all kinds of different things that the senses are telling us, but it's all integrated together. So then Tononi and his colleagues provide a very rich framework to try to quantify that. Okay. Now there are a lot of there are a number of criticisms of IIT. Ed Kelly, who was here before, I think gives a very good criticism in a recent paper. It's argued that IIT actually suggests that non-conscious systems, such as a sophisticated system of logic gates, might be conscious, which is counterintuitive. We usually might think of consciousness be associated with biological organisms. And my main sort of argument or main thing that I want to focus on is that IAT relies on a sort of pure sort of structure or mathematical approach that lacks what philosophers of mind call sort of an intrinsic property. And that is it, or in other words, it sort of fails to address the hard problem. Now, so the hard problem basically is we can sort of know all the sort of facts about something or the structure, or we equations and so forth, but it seems like conscious experience seems to be something that can't really be purely explained in terms of structure. So one philosophical argument that's been very influential has been due to the philosopher Bertrand Russell. And Russell argued that science describes the world with sort of structural or mathematical descriptions that seem to leave out the sort of the deeper or the intrinsic aspect, whatever is sort of at the core nature, the essence of something. And Russell also reasoned that this intrinsic nature could be consciousness itself. If so, the most sort of fundamental aspect of the world could be consciousness. So while our science gives us a rich understanding of the mathematical behavior of the world, it doesn't give us whatever the essence of the world. It doesn't tell us, it tells us what matter does, doesn't tell us what matter is. So the question is, what is matter when we really get down to the most fundamental aspects? Not what it does, but what it truly is. And Russell gave arguments that suggest that perhaps it's consciousness. So what we might do is we might think about supplementing this very elegant framework of IIT with something what sort of ground it in some way, with sort of an intrinsic nature. And what I want to argue is the right intrinsic nature might be what we might think of as a quantum ground. So philosophers Ishmael and Schaffer proposed that the non-local correlations or the entanglement of quantum mechanics seems to indicate the presence of an ontologically prior ground, something that's really fundamental to our spatio-temporal order. And this quantum ground holistically coordinates the probabilities within the wave function in a way that escapes structural descriptions. Now, because it isn't captured in the quantum formalism, that is the mathematics, and because it exists at the world's most fundamental level, we arguably could consider it as the world's intrinsic aspect. But given Russell's argument, this intrinsic aspect of the world, if it is the quantum ground, would be perhaps a source of conscious experience. So what we sort of have then, perhaps, if this reasoning is correct, is sort of a non-local aware ground of unmanifest potentiality. That is something that's sort of beyond or ontologically prior to the particles that constitute our world, is sort of a deeper field or ground. And in order to be consistent with the wave function, it also has to exist in what we might call a fundamentally integrated high-dimensional space. So if this reasoning is correct, then we might think of IAT as a kind of filter. In other words, so the thing is that IT in its integrated and high-dimensional nature makes it an appropriate ground for IIT. There's a sense that it has the properties to fit in this highly integrated, high-dimensional fundamental space. And this suggests a filter interpretation of IIT. That is to say, the brain structure induces conscious experience from a deeper fundamental ground of awareness. And of course, this ground is non-local. And so the brain doesn't generate consciousness in this view, though the structure that the brain has does act as a kind of filter, extracting conscious experience, presumably in virtue of the properties of the biological structure of the given organism. So this filter notion of IAT aligns with research on anomalous cognition in psi phenomena. So briefly, one way we might interpret the PK, the micro PK data, for example, is that we might be in contact with a deeper ground of consciousness that is quantum in nature. And so therefore, intentions or shared emotions, in the case of Roger's global consciousness project, have those sort of intentions or shared attention, emotion, have a tendency perhaps to influence we can sort of influence quantum processes due to the fact that our consciousness is ultimately rooted in this deeper ground of this deeper quantum ground. And so this is, I think, consistent with various mind-body interactions that Dean Radin has studied with the in context of the double slit environment and other kinds of random number generators. But this sort of approach does suggest a kind of quantum view of the brain, in contrast to a lot of the other approaches of IAT, which basically suggests that anything can be conscious as long as it has the mathematical properties that IAT says that a conscious system should have. And so that also, then that raises the question of, well, where in the brain can we find quantum processes? And I think many of you are probably aware that Hameroff has actually a very different quantum interpretation, but focuses on the microtubules in the brain. So I think that that suggests a very promising area to look. And so I can probably wrap this up by just saying that I think this approach to integrated information theory could offer a novel approach to consciousness by sort of integrating this notion of a quantum ground proposed by Schaffer and Ishmael, and also has some similarities with David Bohm's notion of a deeper ground, and sort of bringing that into this this framework of IAT. And this, of course, suggests that the consciousness is not generated by the brain, but is accessed by the brain by accessing a deeper ground. But further research is needed to explore quantum biology and neuroscience links. I should also point out, too, that I don't think that this framework currently easily explains. I think that Ed Kelly earlier was talking about the default network in the brain in terms of a filter in the brain. And I think that might be introduced perhaps as another layer at some point. I don't have anything right now to sort of in terms of adding to that framework. But that's basically my presentation. So thank you. I just want to say thank you very much for your patience, and everyone for bearing with me and staying with us all this time.
Totally. Thank you, George. And it's really good to end with this effort, this proposal to integrate integrated information theory, quantum biology, maybe quantum neuroscience, bringing it all together with psi anomalous experiences and the filter hypothesis of the brain. So yeah, there's work to be done, but it's interesting to draw from different current theories and see if they can be made to work together.
So, hello everybody. My name is Peter Bancel, and I'm a researcher in Paris at the Institut Métapsychique International, and also a fellow at the IONS Institute for Noetic Sciences. And what I'd like to talk to you today about is a project that we've been working on for some years that's called the Psi at Home project. And so I'm going to bring up some slides so I can show you about that. There we go. Okay. So the Psi at Home project, just in a nutshell, it's a platform for doing psi experiments. And in particular, it allows us to work with different cohorts so that the people who are members of the cohort can run their sessions at home on their own computers, on their own time, whenever they are available. And in this way that they can participate in multiple experiments. So the motivation behind this is by looking at a number of problems that we always face in psi research, and to see if we can come up with some solutions for that. So one of the problems is simply that the effects are hard to get. They're not reproducible in any easy way. And also experiments, if you're working in laboratory experiments, are hard to manage. Both of these difficulties, numbers 1 and 2, have to do with the fact that we're working with complex systems called human beings. Okay, so getting people together logistically in the laboratory is tough, but also the effects are tough to pin down. Another problem that we all know is that because psi is marginalized with respect to mainstream science, it's hard to attract new talent into the field, and we desperately need more and clever people to help us with these problems. And the last point that I'll talk about at the end of this presentation has to do with data and how important it is and also challenging it is to get the kind of data that you need in order to answer questions that we want to pose to what's happening with psi. So kind of the solution for this is just a wish list that is not very imaginative, but it's very straightforward. And what we would like to do is create experiments that are reliable, fast, very flexible, meaning that we can adapt them to different experimental questions, and also transferable. And what I mean by transferable is that the experiments can be done by other people in other laboratories, and hopefully people who are outside of the field of psi research. So in order to try and solve this problem or to satisfy our wish list, the Psi at Home project tries to take on all of these problems all at once. And the basic idea is that we have sort of off the shelf available to us all of the elements that we need in order to put together a psi experiment. So there are basically 3 parts to any experiment that we're concerned about. And one is that there's some test, some psi task that participants in this experiment are going to do. And then there are the participants themselves, which I'm calling cohorts. And then lastly, of course, there are the experimenters. So the approach that we take is kind of a modular approach to setting up this experimental platform. So we have a psi task, and psi task here is basically a piece of software that people can download onto their computer. It's connected to the cloud, and they can use this to run experimental sessions that will generate data that is recorded in a database that we have at a distance in the cloud. The next part is the cohorts, and by running these experiments at home on people's own computers, we have access to people anywhere in the world. So it's possible to build cohorts, groups of people who are highly, highly selected. Okay, so this is an advantage for addressing questions of what kind of personal experiences or lifestyles or orientations, experiences, whatever, might be psi conducive when you're studying a particular psi task. And the cohorts also, which is really central to the whole project, cohorts are ongoing. So we don't build a cohort just for one experiment, but we build a cohort so that they can be collaborators who are sort of on call for our experiments. And the last thing, of course, is there is an experimenter, but the idea here in this modular approach is that our platform can be available to any experimenters that want to work with this. So if we have cohorts and Sci software, Sci tasks that are available, we can invite third-party experimenters, maybe other Sci researchers, maybe people who are outside of the field, to come and try out the experiment. So that's the way that the thing is set up. I just want to make a little bit of an emphasis on the cohorts themselves and some of the virtues of working in this way. So the cohorts, like I said, they're ongoing, right? So we develop pools of people, and these people are on call for experiments, and they're autonomous. They have software that is already on their computer, so that when we want to run an experiment, we merely have to contact them, ask them if they would like to participate, and then we're set to go. The cohorts can also be highly selective. So for example, I'm working with a cohort of meditators, and these are meditators who have a daily practice that typically has been ongoing for something like 30 or 40 years. Those people are not very easy to find. They're spread all over the world, but I have access to them because of the Sci@Home structure. Another thing that's really important is that we develop a personal relationship with everybody in the cohort. So there's kind of a familiarity, there's a trust, and there's a sense of collaboration that gets instilled in the cohorts. And lastly, obviously, if we're working with people on an ongoing basis, we're building personal databases. And there are many very interesting sort of longitudinal studies that you can imagine if you have people that are contributing data over a long time. So that's sort of the way we have these three different pieces. And in order to manage experiments and manage the cohorts, we've developed some infrastructure that can do it. So there's a nice website, for example, where we can do outreach, contact people who might be interested in joining the cohort, and then afterwards manage them. So the back end of the website can take care of scheduling Zoom calls if we want to do that, or emails and things like that. So there's a whole infrastructure for managing this. We ran the first Sci@Home experiment about 1.5 years ago, and so I'm going to gloss over it and show you the good parts here. But there was a very, very strong result that we got, and there was also some other results that we don't understand yet, but it seems to be working in terms of at least provoking a Sci effect. But most importantly, we were able to do these experiments in a single month. So it took us a month or two in order to establish the cohorts, but after the cohorts were set up and we went to run a formal experiment, the whole thing was done with very little effort in about a month, and that is exactly what we were looking for. So we were very encouraged by that. So I want to now shift to one other long-term goal of this experiment, which is a little bit less obvious, and that is that we can use this platform, not experiment, but this platform to generate databases that are particularly adapted to answering really tough questions in Sci research. A lot of Sci experiments generate data that shows that there is some anomaly, but as far as understanding and interpreting the data, there are a lot of ambiguities. So we all know this, right? So just to name a few, the source of Sci, we never know. It could be the participants, it could be the experimenter. So that's a very difficult question to resolve. Another question that has been with us since really the beginning of RNG, micro-PK research, but even before that, is the question of whether an effect is due to receptive or active Sci. That is, are you seeing a PK effect on a micro level, or are you seeing some clairvoyant data selection kind of effect that's giving you an anomalous distribution in the data that you've accumulated? So that's also very difficult to sort out. Another question that comes up again is, if we're running lots of people and we're getting an effect, is this due to many people contributing a little bit, or just a few people who are gifted? it's a little bit easier to sort out, but it's an important question, and it's not always obvious. And another very, very deeply interesting question is whether the psi effects that we see are causal in a conventional sense, or whether they are goal-oriented. That means they're sort of telic, right? They depend on what you want is what you get. So we know that both of these seem to be options. There's evidence for both, but it's difficult to sort those out. And I want to just give two examples of where these kinds of ambiguities have been resolved because the data structure allowed it. Okay, so the first one is a very simple one, straightforward, easy to understand, and it's the pair benchmark experiment. This is the RNG PK experiment that was done in Pair Lab over 12 years. They had 100 subjects. They ran a tripolar protocol in front of an RNG, and they got a very strong 4 sigma effect after about a decade of research. And it turned out that this effect was generated entirely by 2 subjects. So it was a perfect demonstration of a gifted sort of a gifted subject paradigm. Unfortunately, Pair, mysteriously, Pair somehow missed this. In some of their reports, they allude to this, but the way they presented their data, and also the way that they presented and designed the replication of their experiment with a consortium of laboratories in Europe, totally ignored the fact that they had a database that was generated with an effect coming from just 2 people, not the 100 people who were. So that's the misinterpretation of those data had really actually serious consequences later down the road. But it was possible to sort it out because of the way the data was structured, was that there were individual databases, so you could go and see who were the gifted subjects. And statistically, it was so obvious, you didn't even have to do an analysis. You could just look at the data and you could see, oh, the whole thing is coming from just 2 people. So that's one example of where the data structure allows you to resolve an ambiguity that is present in a psi experiment. Another one that's much more subtle and much more difficult to sort out is the famous GCP experiment. So this is an experiment where they hypothesize that a global consciousness can affect random number generators that are spread out in a network around the world. Basically, the hypothesis is that RNGs are consciousness detectors, and when a lot of people have a collective emotion, that's going to change the distribution of outputs of the RNGs, and you can look at the RNG output and you can see that and correlate deviations in the data with big things that happen in the world that create emotional reactions by large numbers of people. Okay, so they did this over almost 20 years, 500 events that they looked at. They got a huge effect, 7 sigma. And the upshot of it is that although that seems to confirm the hypothesis, it is, they predicted that there would be data fluctuations during these events, and therefore that would be evidence for global consciousness. That was incorrect. Okay, and in order to see how it's incorrect, you actually have to do more analysis. So the analysis that they did do gave some confirming support to their hypothesis, but they never investigated competing hypotheses. The major one being is that the way the experiment was run, there was freedom of choice for every single experimental test, and therefore an avenue open to experimenter psi clairvoyant choice of parameters. And in fact, that's what happened. But the way to determine that was by using the intricate data structure that just by luck and good fortune the GCP had in place. So it's actually quite extremely complicated to go through all the details, but the big picture is really easy to see. So here's a picture of that the GCP usually shows, which is the cumulative effect of all of these events adding up to a huge Z-score of about 7. Now, any individual event is very, very noisy and looks something like this. And if you spread it out in time, so an event might take place over a couple of hours, you see there's a little bit of a bump in the middle. But if you integrate it, you can see the trend. And that's what I show in this plot here. And so this is what you would expect. Now, one thing you can do with the data to look inside the events is to integrate it in this way. So this is not an accumulation of events one after the other, but this is now if you were to add events all on top of each other and look at the time evolution over the course of the event from the start till the end. And if you do that, this is what you see. You see basically the same thing that you have here. And that's the 7 sigma effect. However, when you spread it out in time like this, over the time course of the event, it allows you to look a little bit further in the data. And here's the virtue of the GCP database, is that you have access not only to the actual data associated with the events, but you also have access to the data just before, and you have access to the data just after the events. And if you look at that, you see that there is an opposite effect that is of exactly the same magnitude of the effect that the GCP events give you. So you're seeing that just the proximate data before and after the event is giving an effect of equal and opposite sign. And that's the sign of a clairvoyant selection effect. And I won't go into the details anymore because it's actually a long story and you can make a much stronger case than just this picture I show you here. But the pictures, you know, it's very striking. You really see that there's something much, much more going on than just simply this event story and global consciousness. So the upshot of that is that by looking into the structure of the data, you can resolve this question of, is it a goal-oriented effect, some kind of clairvoyant experimenter effect, or actually global consciousness? And in this case, we know now that it's not global consciousness, it's a goal-oriented effect. So the wish list for experiments with the Side Home project includes now, instead of experiments just being reliable, fast, flexible, and transferable to people in our field or outside our field, we also want to be able to design data structures that can give insightful, sort of, you know, penetrating answers to ambiguous questions that we face in Psi research. So that's the Side Home project, and I thank you for your attention.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Alex, for coordinating this beautiful event and inviting me to present. Just to introduce me quickly, my name is Cedric Cannard. I have a PhD in neuroscience. I've worked at the Institute of Noetic Sciences for 7 years and worked both on the mainstream topics like mental health and wearable technologies and advanced brainwave analysis methods and developing tools for computing entropy in the brain and interactions between the heart and the brain and all that. And then I've worked at IONS as well on various topics like full trance channeling, mind matter experiments, and precognition and all that, telepathy. But my main topic of interest that I want to talk about today is precognition or presentiment, so the ability to pick up for the body, consciously or not consciously, to pick up information from the future and lead to anticipation as measured by various sensors throughout the decades, like skin conductance that mainly reflect the sympathetic nervous system or arousal, like stress, fight or flight response. If we present a stressor in the future, we see this deviation that preceded in the present or past, depending on how you look at it. So we've looked at it through so many different ways over the decades. I mean, not me, but other amazing researchers. And so through pupil dilation, heart rate, EDA, GSR, so skin conductance, EEG, brain waves, the electric fields of the brain, basically. And so if we look at the big meta-analysis in this topic, so meta-analysis, if you are not familiar with it, and I apologize if other presenters have already talked about this, but so roughly the context in the research, the status is that this big meta-analysis look at all the papers, there are publications and studies that have been done over decades, and run statistics on them to help us understand what is the conclusion from these hundreds of studies or 50 studies. And basically we see small to medium effect sizes, but replicable basically effects. So there's something going on. It's not super strong, but it's there. And that goes in line with, I mean, that doesn't really even go in line with the experiences of people, because people have these life-changing experiences out there all the time. You probably, every single person here probably knows someone where we have these gut feelings in the real world, or this like dream that something's going to happen, and it happens, and there's no way to explain it with our current understandings in the West of reality. And so science has been trying to study these things in the laboratory, putting all these sensors, and they don't happen at will. So we have to use stimuli, so in images, for example, or that elicit an emotion, positive or negative emotion, and we compare it to a neutral image that doesn't elicit an emotion, and we do this 200 times in a black, dark room on a screen, and to isolate the noise and try to capture really just this little experience that happens in the body subconsciously. And then there are studies that look at it consciously, where you have to guess what is the image that's going to come in the future, and we look at success rate and error rate, and we generally observe performance above chance. And for the subconscious approach, we observe these deviations in the physiology just before something happens. And there's no way we would explain that normally in scientific ways, because there's no cue that leads to what is happening. So and we often vary the period before the next stimulus randomly, so it's pretty much impossible to predict when the next stimulus is coming in our understood ways. So yeah, there's just a few limitations that have been there and addressed by some papers, like the filter method, which without getting too much in detail, for example, for brainwaves analysis, for EEG, for the brain that is so sensitive, and the neurons, it's like millions of neurons that fire together to get into a coherence and synchrony for us to see a rhythm, and that is in microvolts, and the noise from the environment or the noise from the muscles create much greater activity. So we generally use signal processing methods to remove the noise, and we filter the noise, and methods to remove the artifacts from the muscles. And the most common filter used out there is applied to the signal forward and backward in time. So it may smear the post-stimulus, the response of the brain. You might kind of smear it in the past, and that could have explained some of the effects. But some studies have used what's called causal filter that address this limitation. Then we have other limitations that could explain the effect in conventional ways, such as, for example, expectation effects. So You probably maybe you've heard of the gambler fallacy effect, where if you're at the casino or you flip a coin and it's heads 3 times in a row, it's pretty logical and reasonable to expect the next one to be tail, right? Because you had 3 heads in a row. But in reality, the probability is always 50%. But it's possible that there is similar effects in the brain in experiments where we use randomly positive, negative images. It's all perfectly random, but by chance you have sometimes 3 times in a row a neutral image, for example. And the brain has learned over trials, because we do 200s of them, to get good response in the brain. The brain is learning as you do the experiments. Like, okay, there is 3 conditions. There's pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, and they seem to be appearing from time to time, and the brain just can't help it. It's just always trying to predict what's coming. That's what it does. It's called predictive processes, and it's now one of the dominant theory of consciousness in the mainstream world. And so if you have 3 negative images in a row, the brain is like, okay, it's very likely it's going to be, sorry, if it's, for example, it doesn't matter, but if it's a neutral image 3 times in a row, the brain is going to expect, okay, it's going to be an emotional image probably soon. And, or it's been negative 3 times in a row, it's probably going to be a positive one. In any case, some studies control for that, some don't. So it's hard to navigate what is true, what is not. And in this literature, it's very complex. Effects are small, hard to replicate. One other one is the period between the trials, where for example, there's beautiful studies that, for example, by Manto and Coley, Manto by himself, 2015, called the passive CNV, the contingent negative variation, showing that the brain, even if you modify the period between the trials, the brain is learning the most likely period between 2 trials. And so there's a buildup of anticipation, this negative variation that builds up in frontal-central areas in the brain. So the brain learns, for example, okay, 75% of trials are 3 seconds long. Some are a little shorter, a little longer. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna predict the next trial is gonna be at 3 seconds, right? Because it's the most likely. So the anticipation peaks at that moment. And so maybe presentiment effects are just the result of that. Long story short, I did a big analysis recently on 80 individuals. So sample size also a limitation often. It's hard to get enough funding to get big groups of people. You need the time, you need the money to pay them. You need the time to analyze the data and publish the result, all that. Anyways, I had the opportunity to do this analysis on 80 individuals and the 18 participants of only female to remove some of the biases, and 64 electrode EEG, controlled for all these potential limitations, and still saw a beautiful little effect. Don't know where I say beautiful, but this little effect 160 milliseconds before the stimulus happens. And I controlled for these potential limitations. And to take it a little further, I did a dipole fitting, so we kind of identify which region is involved, trying to understand the mechanism. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. For example, there's always these battles out there about theories of consciousness. Is it fundamental? Is it reductionist? Is it a result of matter and evolution and just cells coming together and consciousness emerges, or fundamental consciousness, that it's everything we see is the result of consciousness manifesting a reality, with a lot of different theories in the middle. And in my mind, it doesn't matter. That's more of a kind of an opinion. And what matters is the data, and we should be able to understand what's going on. Whatever the reality is, we have these bodies right now, and we see these effects in our bodies. So no matter where consciousness is located or originating, we should be able to understand at least what's going on in between, right? In through the body. And so I think I just want to make a little point about academia and fundamental research that I think is so important to try to really use the best tools we can to understand those phenomena. What are the processes involved? What is there a brain area that's really consistently involved, for example? And then we would really learn a lot about what it means for us. But then the other point is about how we have been studying these things in so unrealistic conditions, right? We put people in the lab in a dark room because there's so much noise, right? We want the best signal possible. And we cannot measure people's brains while they're in their daily lives, at least not yet. Maybe with neural implants now, soon, that may be possible if people are willing to do that, but not right now. So people are just staring at a screen, and there's these images that are appearing, and they elicit little emotions in the subconscious, but it's not like you're fighting for your life, right? In the real world, when those things really happen in general. And we have evolved for surviving, right? Survival, reproduction is the main thing for millions of years as single cells, multi-cells, organisms, you name it. So what I got a grant at IONS not long ago that was about using virtual reality to try to create an environment that's a little more natural. I'm suspecting that if we can simulate things that are a little closer to the real world, so people are in virtual reality, so it's very immersive. I don't know if any of you have done the Planck demo that was from I think Oculus several years ago, where you go in an elevator and the doors open and there's just one plank and you're on a skyscraper, and then it's just a lot of height and you have to walk on this plank, and then you eventually fall. And I personally, as I was falling and saw the ground coming, I almost fell in my real body when I hit the ground because it's so convincing for the brain, right? So the point is, what if we try to do experiments in virtual reality where it seems like there's a real threat or a real thing happening, and potentially psi or those effects might be more natural and stronger, right? And that could explain why the effect sizes are so small, it's hard to replicate and all that. Because there's a meaning, right? There's an evolution, adaptive reason for those abilities. If we have them, it's for survival. It's for, detecting those things in the real world. And then the other thing is we've been studying this thing, looking at the body and the brain in very separate separate systems, and the heart and the brain are different. So the part of the grant is also not only doing immersive virtual reality, but also getting these very expensive new headsets. Most of the grant went into purchasing that headset to capture all of them. So the brain, the heart, the skin conductance, and the pupil and all that. And the idea is, what if so the EEG, of course, is less sensors, right? Because it's hard to build those systems with that many electrodes. So there's only 12 of them. But the idea is, can we combine all these modalities, all these different senses, right? Like if you're in the real world, you're not just trying to see the lion come, you're trying to we use our smells and haptic, if there's an earthquake, you can feel vibrations coming. It's like straight right away you're in fight or flight mode. Our heart rate starts kicking in and all that. So the idea of this project is, okay, we're going to do a driving simulation. Like there was one study that did that by Dumas and Patricio Trusoldi in 2017 called Driving with Intuition. And so that was on a computer. So now we're trying to do this in virtual reality. And basically, yeah, if we look at all the different systems in the body at once, in this much more immersive natural scenario, are we going to see stronger responses? Because now the car, you can see it coming. You don't know if it's going to crash or not. And when it does, there's the visuals and there's the sound. And I really wanted to have the vibrations in the microcontrollers too, but didn't have the budget for that. Unfortunately, maybe next time. So we're actually currently recruiting. This is happening at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. If you want to participate, that'd be great. If you're in the area, we're looking for a large sample because this headset allows us to collect good data much more easily as well, is another advantage. So we can increase the sample size by reducing the time of data collection. And hopefully that can give us some strong insights also on inter-individual differences. There's some papers suggest like, oh, meditators seem to have stronger presentiment activity. Some papers say maybe women have more, some etc. It's unclear. And I think the key is really to have much larger groups to answer those questions. So there's that. And let's see what else. I think I'm missing something. Yeah, the other addition we'll add in this project and hopefully in the future too is to use machine learning. I think now we have enough traditional studies that suggest these effects are real. They're not that strong, but they're there and replicable and kind of pretty replicable despite the limitations. But it's definitely not enough to convince people, and most people don't understand statistics and all that. It's very complex. So what I want to do is train machine learning models and try to classify based on the signal in real time. So we're measuring your brain, your heart, and all that. And in real time, we can the goal is to predict, okay, the car is going to crash just based on the physiology. So that would be, I think, the ultimate validation, just like Einstein or predictions of black holes for decades. They were there. We had the formulas. It was all great. But you never know until you get a picture and it matches the prediction, right? So I think this is the ultimate goal. And not only then we know for sure, but we also have a tool that allows us to actually predict it's coming, like an accident or something, and that could become a real application that could help people's lives. This is a very optimistic, far-reached goal, but who knows where the technology is going, it goes so fast. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then so this is at the individual level, and also I'm really interested in global consciousness and a member of Global Consciousness Project, GCP 2.0, and where I also want to apply a similar approach on the data. So if you're not aware of what that is, we have random number generators that are hosted in various places in the world, emitting random numbers constantly. And when big events occur, like if a lot of like New Year's Eve or big meditation events where a lot of people are focusing their attention on the same thing, we see the devices start producing numbers that are not random anymore. Kind of the analogy with the collapse of the wave function in quantum physics, where all the different states of possibilities collapse into one when everyone's focusing on the same thing. And so in a similar manner, we observe this deviation that starts just before those events happen, like New Year's Eve, for example. like Dean Radin recent studies show that. So I'm also really interested in that aspect of precognition, presentiment, and the global consciousness area. And yeah, try to apply the same methods of can we predict something's coming? And that would be the ultimate validation, I think. But research in academia is also very important, and understanding more fundamental things about mechanisms is also very important. So yeah, I hope that was helpful. Let's see, how long was I? Okay. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you had a great event.
Hey everyone, I am sorry I couldn't make it for the original event, but I'm submitting this recording so I could be included and see all the other recordings. I heard great things about the event, so hopefully this will be to par. Let's see, going to share my screen. Yes, there we go. And I will try to full screen it here. There we go. Okay, great. So I decided to put together in this little 15-minute segment some highlights of talks from late 2024 to early 2025, so just the last few months. And it's about my efforts to try to nourish a revolution in our understanding of time, which is sort of my life mission in a sense. I think if you include love in there, love and time, it would be truly my life mission. But also something that I've been participating in as a student for a long time, and now as a continued student who sometimes teaches, but always from a place of frank not knowing. So we'll go through 3 different talks, but 2 from December 2024, early January 2025 from the Advanced Manufacturing and Space Economy Interagency Working Group that my friend Anna Brady Estevez put together. And then, oh, the other one is August of 2024, so not the last few months, Convergent Aeronautic Solutions, which is a really innovative group at NASA. And I'm not giving all the slides, just sort of what feels appropriate to this venue. So this is the Advanced Manufacturing and Space Economy Interagency. Dr. Anna Brady Estevez at SBA and National Science Foundation on the space portfolio really put this together with Kevin Engelbert from NASA and the International Space Station. So a really interesting group of people focused on both disclosure and but not for the sake of disclosure, really disclosure for the sake of how can we build amazing technologies that support our country. And so it's very, very focused on edge science and deep tech. I won't speak for them, but I think it's a really interesting group of people. So I was able to talk about exceptional human performance and specifically precognition, which is sort of my bailiwick slash maybe intense obsession to try to understand the experience of knowing about either consciously or unconsciously future events that then end up happening and how to test that. And so this is just a brief summary for those from that talk. I think it's really important to tell people in the lay audience field that what we're doing when we're trying to test precognition is we have some kind of an experience. It could be pressing buttons experience, it could be sleeping and having a dream experience, it could be a physiological experience with, EEG cap or fMRI. But there's some kind of an experience that's recorded during the time of the experience or right after the experience. And then there's a period of delay between milliseconds and, could be years, but most experiments between milliseconds and hours. There's a randomization when we're doing a controlled experiment in the lab of potential future stimuli. And then the randomization picks the stimuli. So the random number will be used to pick from the stimulus set from the stimuli to produce a stimulus, in this case, a moon. And then either humans or now I've been working with AI to independently score the similarity between what was recorded during this time and what was presented randomly as the stimulus. These are the non-presented stimuli that are sort of in the background, and there could always be some kind of a relationship there. So basically, for more reviews and relevant papers, you can go to this link. And if you have a copy of the slides, you can just click on that, or you can just write it down. So just two results that were seemingly relevant to the space world that I was talking with. One is that the self-selected online precognition test performance times and accuracy and photon absorption, I know these are very different things, I'll explain in a second, both show variation with moon phase. So this is something that published in 2024 in the Journal of Anomalous and Exceptional Experience. And there's an upcoming correction to this, watch out for that, but the basic same pattern remains the same. So you could see that in the third quarter and a little bit here, but in this third quarter mostly, not only these two colors are presenting the results of different data batches. This line is chance. There's more accuracy here in the third quarter, both in this first data batch and the second data batch. These are thousands of trials. So people are more accurate, and they are more likely to perform the task itself when they are more accurate, which is interesting. That is the same time of the moon cycle throughout these years. Similar situation here is under review at Entropy, that the moon seems to be related, the changes in the moon, so I'm just doing this without talking to people. I feel like I stumble on my words more when there's not people over there listening. It's funny, there's a little bit less pressure. So anyway, that's interesting. Someone should study that. But the photon counts that were before a random number decision. So I was kind of repeating the same kind of experiment here as a precognition experiment with photons. They are varying highly statistically in a just a statistical significant variation, continuous variation with the lunar cycle. It's not because, for instance, you might think there's going to be more photons when there's a full moon, right? It's just lighter. And so somehow the equipment's picking up, even though it's, in a basement and hidden away from the moon. That's not the case, because look, there's this valley here, just like there is for the new moon. And the peak is here, waning gibbous and first quarter. Those are the peaks. So there's something going on here where the moon is seemingly influencing people's desire to do this precognition task and their accuracy, and also seemingly influencing photon absorption. Is there a relationship between these things? I think this is interesting because we know there are gravitational and geomagnetic effects on bosonic particles. There kind of have to be sort of small changes in space-time, small changes in geomagnetic fields that could affect those, but it's just the first time I think that's been demonstrated. And these parallel effects on human exceptional performance make me think that what one could do in space is synchronize astronaut intuition sessions. Like I imagine in the future, astronauts will be gathering to figure out how to solve particular problems and using their intuition to do it. And you could synchronize those with gravitation and or bosonic or geomagnetic levels in order to get at the peak waning crescent period of the lunar cycle. So solving problems at the right time. So that became very interesting to me. The point of this section of slides is to take that precognition stuff and to bring it into the world of operational precognitive remote viewing. So that's intentionally gathering intelligence from the future by using unconditional love as a booster of your capacity to perform a precognitive remote viewing task. And what I'm showing here with this little animation is that when you think about time as a landscape, sort of everything sort of in a more physical sense, kind of like the block world of space-time, or the block universe, but I kind of like calling it a block world because there could be many of them. It's almost like our attention goes through time. There's the moon landing, 9/11, there's COVID, there's the future of flying cars. Our attention or our awareness goes through time in this linear way, but that's the only thing that's doing that. Everything else is already there in this landscape. And so if that's the case, then one should be able to receive information that leaks back or that is affected by the future. And you could call it leaking back in time, which I think is a little bit easier to grasp than being affected by something in the future, but that's all kind of perception. I'm not even sure that those kind of things matter in a physical sense. But what I want to say here is the reason I bring in unconditional love, which is an essential part of operational precognitive remote viewing, is that my data suggests that it supports precognitive remote viewing. So this is just, these are two studies. This is from one study with 35 people doing two different types of suggestions. One's for unconditional love, one's for precognition. The precognition suggestion did not help them with precognition at all. There was a lot of performance anxiety. Unconditional love actually seemed to help before the suggestion, which I think is hilariously precognitive. In other words, people were significantly better than chance and significantly better than after, before they got the unconditional love suggestion. And here, if you actually do a median split on the unconditional love feelings prior to the unconditional love suggestion, so you take this bar and you split it into people who had high feelings of unconditional love on a validated assessment of unconditional love versus a low feelings of unconditional love. The folks who had higher feelings of unconditional love were not only significantly better than chance on a precognitive remote viewing task, but also significantly better than the folks with low precognition love. I mean, low feelings of unconditional love. So I replicated this with, thanks to the Biala Foundation, with Mark Makutsi and with Kirsten Cameron in a paper published in 2024 you can find here. And then here are some precog papers with reviews. So in the group Intuitive Forecasting, which you can find here online, we have used this method using unconditional love and precognitive remote viewing to work with some very complex questions. So we've inspired some technical innovations in climate science. We've worked with an agency working on strategic questions in cryptography. We've directed research and development in quantum optics. We've assessed novel approaches in UAP detection. And we've supported insight into battery design for an energy company. So that's the kind of thing you could do with unconditional love and these capacities to perceive future details of things. And then, so those are my interagency working group slides. And now we'll be going into the NASA slides, which were presented by a company called Ecosystemic Futures. NASA has hired Shoshenworks, which is also run by Shoshenworks. NASA has hired the Ecosystemic Futures Shoshenworks folks to bring a lot of new ideas to NASA. So these are slides from those talks. And this is Ursula Le Guin's way of thinking about time. It's similar to a landscape. We think that time passes and flows past us, but what if it is we who move forward from past to future, always discovering the new? It would be a little like reading a book. The book is all there all at once between its covers, but if you want to read the story and understand it, you must begin with the first page and go forward, always in order. So the universe would be a very great book, and we would all be very small readers. Awesome. So this part is about my photon experiments, which are very similar to precognition experiments. But I ended up discovering something which I called causally ambiguous duration sorting. So briefly, to describe that, the absorption of photons seems to depend on the future randomly selected duration of the experiment, which is the duration of how long the light bulb will be on and the thing that detects the photons, how long that will be on. So that's the duration sorting. It's causally ambiguous because it's in the future. So there's this truly random selection of how long this duration will be on, and it's in the future. So that's causally ambiguous because you don't know if past is causing the future, if it's a correlation, whatever. So I'm just going with the term causally ambiguous there. So the effect has been replicated many times by me, but also two other labs. And most recently, for a year long continuous experiment in a lab at UC Berkeley. It seems scale-free with respect to time, so it's looking like it's occurring in the seconds or minutes or hours time frame. I haven't looked past hours. And it looks like time is woven. So this is my conclusion of this. This is a paper is in prep, but I mean, sorry, in under review, but it looks like time is woven into the fabric of the universe in like an all at once fashion. Like if you could, like if you were on a loom, if you imagine a loom with the sort of threads of events going through like this, we imagine it developing over time, but it's almost like the loom creates it all at once. And then we witness it more like those threads. So I'm just going to, instead of going into the data, which are, you know, soon to be coming out, I have one paper on that existing, which I'll lead to later, but I just want to talk about what can be done with this kind of thing. So I think interplanetary signaling and real time or potentially pre-time. So you don't have to wait 8 minutes to talk to Mars, potentially before or at the same time a message is being sent, you might be able to receive it. I think that the quantum computing speed up that many countries around the world are chasing could in fact be imitated or could be explained by this CADS phenomenon. So that's interesting to think about in the informational time travel sense. And then in terms of using quantum sensing to navigate the future, I think that's, to me, the most interesting idea, if it can actually work to navigate the future by using quantum sensors based on this idea to, and maybe, and not maybe, probably other ideas, to tap into potential future events and then navigate the best course of action, I think is exciting. So thank you all for listening. Lots of folks listed here and more who've contributed. Oh, Dean Radin's not listed here. I should point out that he helped me with my very first entry into precognition, but also into he let me use his double slit optical system to do my first CADS experiment. It's my most recent preprint that's under review. That's based on the UC Berkeley year-long replication, the original CADS white paper, lay audience article about informational time travel, talk by Winthrop Williams about the effect that he found, and which is related, it's a replication of that effect, the first effect, and then Quantum Time Machines 2022 conference, if you're interested, it's in the past, but as we all know, you could just go visit it. So anyway, thanks for being here, and what a great thing that Alex has done. So I'm very appreciative of that, bringing all this together. Thank you.
It's been really great to have you here. I have this feeling of gratitude and also respect for our field even more after this marathon, excitement as well. And let's continue talking about these things, thinking deeply, doing science on them, and yeah, let's make this lovely human science great again. I wish you a good night and stay tuned for our upcoming events at the Paris Center. Bye-bye.